Where's my flip mix? Where's my flip mix? I need to open another one. Interesting. Alright. Hello everybody, how are we doing? I can't believe we're already at 10 of these. Time flies by. I need to start putting them into their own collected playlist. Anyways. First up, someone who isn't Saffronet today. Crazy.
Hello.
Hello, Maduck. How can I help you?
What do you think of power scaling? And what's its biggest problem?
What I think about what?
Power scaling.
Power scaling. In what franchise or in general?
In general.
Strong to start off the day with. Power scaling. What is the problem with power scaling? I'm a Toku fan, so I want to approach this from a different angle than most people usually come from, because usually this is the case where people will then bring up Goku versus Superman, and then it gets off the reeds. There's a difference between in-universe power scaling, cross-universe power scaling, and dream matchups. Who would win in a no-brawls beatdown fight, and then who would win in a sporting match type fight. And I would say, because Horror's talking before I even finished, that Horror's opinion is pretty much like spot on, depending on the franchise we're talking about. So, I am a Stanian when it comes to power scaling, which is the person who will win in the fight is the nigga I wrote to be the goddamn winner. But the problem with the concept of power scaling is people confuse raw ability, talent, available repertoire of attacks, and execution with presentation, style points, and booking. Because every single time you pair a character against another character, or a concept against another concept, the philosophy of the concept is that the person going into the fight is effectively a jobber or is a washer. There is no way to write a fight or a scene or a moment between fictional characters in a narrative where power scaling is used as a my guy is bigger than yours, therefore I automatically win type of writing. The booking inherently doesn't work, because that's fucking boring. Where's my brush? And the problem with the booking in this style is that people don't understand that feats and raw talent are two separate fucking things. It's just inherently two separate fucking things. They always have been. And the problem with having these things created this way where someone will tell you, for example, Focused Fury Broly should wash any normal fighter in the Dragon Ball Z universe, because who the fuck can fight against the power of an amplified Great Ape? He's literally the legendary Super Saiyan. And the problem with it is that the concept is flawed, because the whole concept of introducing a character like Broly is to bring a character who is basically non-canon into a stabilized canon. That's it. That's the entire goal of the Broly film. Or I should say, the inclusion of Broly in material that canonizes him back into the story. Same thing with Daima. If Daima is something that happens inside of the timeline of Dragon Ball, where it happens in between Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super, and then the story continues onwards in a timeline where everything that happens to a point where they meet up with Oob at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the goal of the introduction of that character, or that technique, or that transformation, or that skill, specifically exists to be the end of an arc, the end of a storyline, or the beginning of an ongoing arc. Because every time an arc begins, you have the potential of a writing hook. And at the end of every arc, when an arc ends, it's the culmination of that storyline. In this way, power scaling is comparative to wrestling booking. Why are you telling me I shouldn't drink sugary drinks? Star bought it for me. Also, is the music too loud? You saying your ears hurt. So, the inherent problem that's wrong with, or rather I should say, is applied poorly with power scaling. This. Oh. Okay. So that was a little bit too loud. And I sat back down and put that on the desk. The problem of how people apply power scaling is that they don't understand the presentation of the feats. I have been. I've lost 10 pounds. They don't understand the presentation of the feats and the talent of the particular character in question. Now, I use Tokusatsu as a background basis for it because pretty much every single presentation of a writer is this. Every installment is you being told, here's a hero, here's a storyline for that hero, here's the evolution and development of their skills throughout the series, and here's the full set of their unique attacks or their unique skills. So let me see here. Let me pull up the Kamen Rider wiki. Ew, they made it uglier. And I'm just gonna pull up Omagio. Let's see here. Tokyo Solo. Overquartzer and Fourth History. Omagio. Main article, and scroll all the way down to the section with his abilities. So should it be here? Question mark? Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, in a timeline, as I bring this up, in a timeline involving a character, as I bring the screen up for you here, in the timeline of a character's run in a series, you have a handful. Let me turn it down a little bit. You have a handful of things that character gets. I use this for Kamen Rider because Kamen Rider's wiki is best upkept by most fans that actually keep track of all the things that he has, right? So on this, you can see the base form of Geo, and then he has Rider Armors, which are effectively additional forms and abilities that he gets, because this was an anniversary series. And then on top of that, you have his super forms, and then the extension of those super forms and their abilities individually, as well as his own unique additional super forms, and then an evolution of those super forms, and then another evolution of the TV show side of that super form, and then finally the full evolved, you could probably call it god-like form of his super form, as well as theoretical additions that did not appear in the show, but are in the toy line as an expression of the sales they could have made with the character. So, like, for the fans out there that want somebody who wants to make a version of Super Saiyan 4 Goku using Kaioken times 100 and some manipulation of God Ki, there's a toy line exception of that, right? So that covers your Dream Fight examples. So games like Sparking Zero are very much the basis that you're dealing with here. You follow along with me?
Mm-hmm.
So the statistics pretty much tell you the concept of how to scale the character and his ability, both in his base form and in his official final form. All of the gadgets, all of the techniques, all of the attacks, how they work, how they look, the appeal of them, all of that only matters in terms of the individual character's presentation. None of that matters in the scope of actually booking the final fight that they would have against another character. And I'll actually find you an example, because if there's one thing there's way too many of, there's Toku fans on the internet. And the problem with power scaling is that power scaling is not about saying who's the definitive winner, right? So for that, that's death battle, right? You take the feats of one character, you take the feats of the other, you clash them against each other, and then you come up with a bullshit reason why your favorite wins. When really, the way that you want to book a character or book a scenario is that the character is booked based on the potential presentation that they have with being what is the most effective production that you could get. So I'll bring you an example of Kamen Rider Ichigo from one of his updates from, I think this is during build. Let's show this really quick. Excuse me. So, in this clip, I forget what movie this is from, but in this clip, the original actor for Kamen Rider Ichigo is basically doing a movie-based appearance where they gave Segata Sashiro a update for the original Kamen Rider 1 outfit, as is going to be very obvious with a very gaudy, giant fucking buckle that's on his waist. The entire point of this scene is this is a legend seemingly jumping into the fray to transform in a way that he always has. But it's actually, hey guys, look at this new toy and look at this new suit that we designed for Kamen Rider Ichigo. That's the concept of this scene. Now, of course, there's no way you're about to have a legend wash against some fucking random ass mooks. So the entire point of the scene is look at his new form, and then look at him whip that ass. I think this was what? This was during Ghost. And then, here's the titular hero of the actual season premiere that's going on. And then this is him interacting with that hero, and that's the fucking scene. Or, to use another one, let's go to the Double Henshin. of several different additional side characters. For each of these scenes that these characters are involved in, these are titular side characters who are making their debut as a writer. In context to each part of the story when they're being involved, their involvement in the story is being brought up as a way to either hook them as an importance or to hook the storyline that they're written into. You've got characters from, let's see here, Giba. You've got characters from the Deckmaster of Ryuki. You've got the Hercules Beetle fight of the Ryuki movie for Dark Kabuto. You've got Oga from Paradise Lost for Kamen Rider Faiz. Rest in peace, this actor. You've got the presentation of the original Dark Ryuki, which is Ryuga, also in his own movie-exclusive presentation. You've got the Dark Riders from the Mirror Universe inside of the anniversary season of Kamen Rider Decade. You've got the movie-exclusive Kerberos Deck Riders of Kamen Rider Blade. You've got one of the original presentations of the traditional original actor of Kurata with the first transformation as Kamen Rider RX in his sequel series, Kamen Rider RX of the same name. You've got various stock footage transformations that they use for Kamen Rider Black, which is the series that comes before RX. And then, for one time only, as a hint to the dream scenario that can only exist because it was from Decade, because Decade is about alternate worlds and other riders, ergo, dream fight scenarios. Something that originally gets done in a franchise like King of Fighters, because they don't do this often in any of the other franchises. They decide, the same way that they did with Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, putting Ryuki and Ryuga as separate characters in their own storyline in the American version of the show that is using the characters of Ryuki, but localizing it for a different region. And they said, what if Kamen Rider Cade had a card to summon Black, because Black is the base form, and RX is the evolution form? What if you had the same actor portraying the two different versions of the character, transform at the same time, and how would they interact and fight with each other? Which then gives you double henshins like this. The goal of power scaling here is that it's not about comparing the characters to each other and then saying he obviously is going to be a better fighter because look at how better the arsenal of RX is compared to Kamen Rider Black. It is that there is a very strict power set. It is very clear that RX is not Black, because the way he introduces himself is entirely different. The energy is different, the presentation is different, the skills are different. Same thing applies to character redesigns like that of Kamen Rider Amazon and Amazons, where Amazon was more tribal, and thus was like a magical transformation, plus and minus the crazy-ass editing of the 50s. And then, the way that they chose to try and update them, to use them in franchise, when they decided to use better footage. As you can clearly see here, with the traditional Amazon transformation, using the Yukagiga. That is the name of the bracelet that he transforms within his arm. Same thing with evolution transformations of a hero, when they're getting what is effectively their TV final escalation form, which in this scene is Kamen Rider Blade receiving Evolution King for the first time in the series. The thing about storylines is that you want to build them up so that you can then get the payoff. The payoff in this storyline is that Evolution King is a transformation that if it's used too often by a human pilot for the blade buckles, would transform them into a numbered undead, specifically turning them into a black undead. What was the name for it? I'd have to look it up real quick. It's a very specific word for it. Not an albino undead, but a Joker undead. And this is the first part of that arc where he gets the transformation for the first time, where he struggles to actually maintain it, and then executes the enemy using it, showing the beginning of the final storyline for the TV version. And this storyline is then carried forward in any anniversary celebrations where the character is reprised, because they keep the consistency of the writing going. Because if they were to write a version of this character that was Evolution King, but was not a Joker Undead, then they are not using the current character. They're not using the current character version of that character. They're using a dream scenario version. Following me?
Yeah.
So it's like the first time Goku goes Super Saiyan. If you wanted to say that base Super Saiyan 1 Goku is going to fight a battle against Super Saiyan 4 Goku, you'd think the argument is, well, if you put them against each other directly, they're going to just be weaker, period. And that's just not how power scaling works. So, in this scene here, I forget what movie special this is, but this is the introduction, same actor, playing the same character, but instead of going from a untransformed state into a transformed base state, he just transforms straight into Evolution King. The point being, this is a character who's so evolved with his abilities, he can go straight into his highest form. Comparison, Goku, base form, jumps directly into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Blue. Then you have moments and storylines such as the creation of a new Evolution King in the form of Shadow Moon. Or, I believe this is Electronic Tackle, yeah. Additional side characters that get very rarely mentioned because they are a very, very, very early artifact of the franchise. That being Electromagnetic Tackle, which are such characters from the Toei collection that they are very clearly Showa-era characters. And then, those characters get updated when they choose to bring them back with remodeled and remade outfits to say, hey, you know how Power Rangers looked really weird in these spandex suits? And then Saban decided to do Power Rangers the movie, and all of a sudden they have really shiny, physical-looking battle armor, and then they did the exact same thing again for the 2017 Power Rangers reboot film. That's that. The goal of power scaling is to basically visualize for you the same thing that you could, the same thing that you could understand when you have a wrestler going into the ring with their theme music, the leitmotifs of their theme music, and all the other shit that they have going on for their character. So, the problem that I have with power scaling is that it's a lazy methodology to excuse away understanding characters, because to understand the concept of power scaling, you have to understand the character as they are for the person. So, something that never ever comes up for some characters is that people refuse to make the distinction between Goku and Kakarot. Goku is a sporting fighter. Kakarot loves to fight. So, if you bill Goku versus Superman, the question I have to ask you is, who's actually fighting in that fight? Because if you say Goku, that don't tell me shit. Is this Goku in the Namek Saga, where he's fighting Frieza, final form, and he gives him mercy, and then when Frieza tries to give him a unfair backshot, why did I phrase it that way? When he tries to give him a disrespectful ki blast, I don't think it was a death beam. I don't think it was a death ball either. But tries to give him the disrespectful ki blast, and Goku turns around and gives him the final Kamehameha. and eviscerates him before getting off an Namek. That's not Goku. That's Kakarot. So, if people try to bring up the bullshit justification of Goku could never be able to beat Superman because Superman is Superman. His only fucking weakness is kryptonite. Do you think that this character can be able to beat him? Where is he gonna get the kryptonite?
Yeah, it's like the same thing with like people that were arguing with Frisk is like ultra super powerful, but like no, they aren't.
Well, here's a better example for you. It's using DBZ. We go from, in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, having the Z Warriors, where everybody is relatively close enough in power scaling, minus maybe Gohan. And then you go all the way into Super with Resurrection F, where you try to bring all these fucking characters back against Frieza's new goons and Frieza himself, and it doesn't make sense that they're holding their own as well as they are. Because everywhere else, they are so significantly lower power than the Saiyans. Mm-hmm. What happens with power scaling is that you get so convoluted because you're trying to top yourself over and over and over and over and over again, to where you can't bring back other characters because those other characters are not caught up with everybody else.
Yes.
Which is another reason why the tournament at the very end of what we have for Super in the anime also doesn't make any fucking sense because they didn't build anything.
Yes. It's the Breaking Dawn problem. When
They didn't train.
Well,
well, they did, but you didn't see what the training was, and you're like, wait, there's no way in like a couple of days that they can get that strong, even with the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yes.
There's no way.
It's what I describe all the time whenever it comes up, the Breaking Dawn problem. When you have characters that are considered to be human or ineffective in a story, the narrative will push away from them because it's not interesting watching a human obviously about to get washed by something like a vampire. They need to have some type of training, some type of technique, or some type of edge to be able to reasonably stand in a fight with them and to be considered an inclusive member of the combat and action that's happening at any one period point in time. If that character cannot find a way to make themselves relevant, viable, or an actual threat to the oncoming threat that you're dealing with, you should expect them to be someone that will leave the narrative, either because they take a support backseat role, or they literally get killed, and thus they're removed from the narrative because they've been outscaled. They've lost their fight on the booking that was set up because how the fuck are you going to win? Or the character goes out of the narrative, realizing I have to train, and then when they come back, they have shown that they are now a legitimate threat to the scale that they have to fight against, and now can relatively hold their own as a fighter. So, you know how Yamcha's out of the Dragon Ball narrative, and he's only ever considered to be a joke. Every time he's brought up, he's always put in the Cyberman defeat pose. The thing that would make it useful is if we considered the fact that they could make him good if they actually gave him some actual proper writing, and then gave him proper booking to demonstrate that, yeah, he's not going to be fighting any type of god-based characters anytime soon. He's just a human. He ain't got nothing that's going to give him a scale or an edge against God Ki. But against a Frieza Force warrior that isn't getting some type of Zenkai boost, he should be able to hold his own. At minimum, as long as he's not getting overwhelmed, and he's taking his fight properly, and he's making use of his best techniques.
The Wolf Fang Fist.
I mean, that, or a new technique that they decide to introduce to him. They could have done, in Daima, something comparative like that, where the human characters that want to be involved as Z fighters in the story, since it was very clearly a story focusing on Goku, Vegeta, the Demon Realm, lore of the franchise, and a way to write back in Super Saiyan God, because Super Saiyan God apparently is an evolution track from Super Saiyan 4, based on hair color. There's a whole fucking breakdown about that. I'm not the person to talk about that. But if they wanted to use Daima in the same way they used Daima to introduce and recanonize GT forms, they would need to give a character the ability to do that. So right now, playing in the background are clips of Kamen Rider Kuga in all of his regular and his super forms. Over the story of Kuga, he gains abilities based on the forms that he unlocks. And his talent grows as he becomes a more veteran fighter, because the writing is that he is eventually going to grow into the power of a god. At no point in time during this should a character, if they were to reintroduce one, would a older enemy that he fought without some type of Zenkai boost should be able to defeat him, because they cannot compare to the power of a god warrior who has gotten to the point of being comparative to a god. It's the same booking that you would expect, where a character is supposed to be so aware of his combat field that he can't be snuck up upon. The billing there is that your hero needs to figure out a way to defeat their technique, and if they don't, then they lose. But it's never written for them to lose, unless it is written for them to lose, because they're either pig-headed, they are overconfident, or they have been slacking in their training, or they don't take the opponent seriously, that they get speed blitzed, or overwhelmed, or overpowered, and then the entire point of that arc, and their newfound technique and utilization of their abilities, is that they have to train so they can now become stronger and then defeat said opponent. So for example, the go-around aerial shot that's about to be done by Kuga. This was him learning how to make use of the technology that was at his disposal, and learning how to work better with his human companion, who, despite never transforming in the series, is considered to be the actual true first writer, or secondary writer, of the Heisei Era 1 franchise. These things are necessary for writing, because every franchise is different, and every series that has an involvement in its franchise is different. But there is a serious problem where people will actively try to tell you sheer dog shit about the reason why a character should be involved. And unfortunately, people care more about the spectacle of what looks cool than the actual logic of what is actually relevant to the situation. So, a good example is Dragon Ball Superhero, right? Beast Gohan is the pinnacle of Gohan's training. It's the pinnacle of his power and his potential. Ever since his hidden potential was unlocked, ever since him evolving Super Saiyan 2, and all of the additional Zenkai boosts that he's received over his lifetime, that is supposed to be the peak of his power. As is the same with the orange form, Super Namekian form for Piccolo.
Yeah, it's Piccolo Orange.
Yes, Piccolo
I think
Orange.
that's what they go with right now.
No matter how you write characters, you cannot get away from the fact that the spectacle of the fight doesn't matter more than the actual booking of the fight. The character needs to have a reason and purpose to win in order for the fight to be satisfying and meaningful. Now, in the presentation of a fictional narrative of something that is using IRL stand-ins, but is very clearly edited to not be one-to-one the same IRL, so superheroes, wrestling, if you were to make it into a video game franchise, you know, something like Ultimate Muscle. If you didn't want to go
Or Smash Brothers.
Or Smash Brothers. If you didn't want to go with something like the IRL booking of wrestling events. You cannot use power scaling as an excuse to say that an undercard fighter would not have the ability to be a good fighter just because your personal favorite shouldn't have lost and should win, because that's bullshit. My personal favorite should have swept here. What the fuck's going on? And it's probably the most annoying part about power scaling, because it has nothing to do with even the talents of the character themselves. It's the context in which they earned them. And for that, I have to go to the best series that does that, which is Kamen Rider O's. There is a form. There are three forms that are basically two differing forms, which is the TV final form, the movie final extension form, and the series true final form. There is the final form based on the last power-up that they were given for the toy line, and how the storyline wrote that as the pinnacle of their true maximum potential. But it's billed as the superpowered evil side. Then there is the super form, that is the pinnacle of the super forms that they receive, that is considered to be in line the second most powerful form, but is the pinnacle of the emotional narrative for the main character. And then the evolution of that secondary super form, the one that is the penultimate form, then is revised to be the best ultimate form because of the emotional journey for now the companion character and the hero together, which is Ankh Tajador, Tajador Ankh Broken, and Putotida. The power of Ankh, let me just bring up the movie clip. Time Judge Law. Preferably 8 years later. Where's a good one? This is not a good one. This is a good one. So, each time a character in any franchise is ever introduced, they usually get a leitmotif that goes along with the transformation that they are best known for. For DBZ, we obviously all remember the moment that Goku unlocked pretty much any form. My brain wanted to go to the Tournament of Power, and when he unlocked Ultra Instinct. But there are various examples that you could use from any franchise and extension inside of Dragon Ball Z. But in the context of Kamen Rider, for the example that I'm giving you here, the character and the motif/gimmick of O's is that the hero transforms using a 3-slot slider that inserts metals. The metal combos have the animal of a particular zodiac. This shot's good. Has an animal part of a particular zodiac associated with the transformation. So Ta-Ja-Dor is the element transformation of Taka, Kujaku, Condor, Hawk, Peacock, and Condor. So the transformation of Ta-Ja-Dor is the transformation of 3 combo metals that belong to a singular greed, which is Ankh, the companion character in the series, floating hand character who possesses the other side actor the majority of the time when they need to have the IRL actor in the scene representing Ankh. Being used by the main character, Iji, as a super form that he can access. He has other transformation forms that align with this as well. Tajador, Gatakiviba, Rarotara, Shizukazuwami, Shoshashota, and Sangozo, as well as Putotida. Each combo and each metal represents an animal. So in Putotida, that's Triceratops. Blanking, give me a second. I actually can't remember what the one there is. 1 second. It's so hard remembering the goddamn names of these Japanese characters. Let's see here, looking. And main character. And power forms. Where the fuck is your power extension? There we go. Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot how many of these are. Okay. I'm looking for you. God damn it, I hate his forms. Here we go. Triceratops, Pterodactyl, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The form, alongside Tajador, is a powerful form, but it effectively amounts to a berserk final form, so he doesn't have full control of himself. It's the equivalent of the Uzaru for Goku. And the problem with the booking that you can write for Iji and Ankh is that even though it is his strongest form, it is not his strongest form as himself. So the storyline, effectively, as it was built in the show, is that the core medals that he was given for the Puto Tira combo was given by the other owner of 5 out of 6 of the combos that belonged to the Greed, separating the power set of the purple medals between the power of the Void, which is the power of Mu, and the power of Deep Freeze, which was the power of Jurassic and Mesozoic animals. The billing that the character is given is incredible, enormous power, but no fucking control. Whereas Tajador is unity and collaboration with Ankh, especially when it is the Ankh broken form, because it is a form that when Ankh's core medal, his last core medal, gets damaged when he gets defeated by a particular, by his copy, the fully fledged original evil version of himself, when he's just still a hand. When he gets his core medals jacked, his Hawk medal gets damaged. And knowing the risks, Iji and Ankh actively choose to use the scanning charge barrage for the Superform metal scanner to defeat the enemy, but at the cost of Ankh potentially being dead. It's a whole fucking thing. Pretty sure I can pull up the article of it. 1 second. Let's see here. Series. Let's see here. Reading this. Later on becomes a dinosaur like Iji Greed after absorbing 2 more purple core medals from the other purple Greed, Kyoto Maki, in a bid to make him go berserk. It was easy in remembering his desire to have the power to help others, and later agrees to help Kogami to suggestions to absorb all the cell medals in the Kogami Foundation's possession to achieve the desire. It does not halt Izi's greedification during his final battle, where he uses all the cell metals in his body as a risky attack to destroy Maki, but before Iji undergoes his transformation, Ankh gives Iji his last 3 core medals, disappearing from Shigo and allowing Iji to transform into O's Tajador to defeat Maki, resulting in the disappearance of the core medals, with the core medal that houses Ankh's consciousness splitting in half. As a now normal Iji falls back to Earth, Ankh appears to him in his disembodied arm, bidding him farewell before disappearing into the half of the broken Taka medal that once held his consciousness. Saved by Kamen Rider Birth, receiving the other half of the Ankh core medal that Hina found, Iji leaves Japan to resume his journey around the world, using Shingo's smartphone to keep in touch with his friends while trying to find a way to fix the broken Taka medal, with a spectral Ankh arm following him. And then multiple introductions in multiple movies where he interacts with other characters, and then I believe the last one that he appears in is the one where they do the super medals. The basic billing of the transformation of Tajador is to explain the emotional journey that these 2 characters go through the entire series installment of the franchise. All the dumbass jokes, all the goofy moments, all the callbacks, all the crying slow shots, all the involvements with other characters. Probably the stupidest part, which was Ankh's obsession with frozen treats. The specific hair that they gave the actor to make him different between himself when he's possessed by Ankh and when he's not possessed by Ankh, because he has straight black hair. All of this shit goes into the philosophy of billing the fucking power scaling. And the problem that power scaling has is that the people who are jumping in to talk about the products, they are looking at power scaling as a fun little gimmick that they treat as a mental exercise and not as the basis of creative writing. I understand I said a lot, but this is the point I'm trying to get across.
So basically, like, they're doing specifically this line. We're gonna put in like chat as like, if I can refind it again, because like the fucking, oh god, just like find, and this retarded shit.
This retarded shit. Okay, let me look at that in a second. Gotta pause this. Or rather, I need to do this so people get the benefit of being on screen. That's separated from this. And then I do this. There we go. Now everybody can look at what I'm looking at while I look at this. Alright, let's click this link and put this on screen for the chat. People thinking Frisk is just a regular child in terms of strength are funny as hell to me because y'all saw them take this bullshit straight to the face and lose like 5 HP and they still came out with that conclusion. Okay, yes, this is exactly a perfect case example of exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to power scaling, right? So, let me do this on the side. Stop this for a second, and then play that particular fight from Undertale. It was Azrael fight. Pacifist run. And jump to that point in the fight where he transforms. And just play that as normal. So, for this concept here that's being used, Azrael Dreamer, the pacifist fight on the final parts of the shit that you can do in your run. The problem with the power scaling of this comment, this is also a good example, good eye, people thinking that Frisk is a regular child in terms of strength is funny as hell to me because he saw them take this bullshit straight to the face and lose like 5 HP and came out with that conclusion of their heartbreaking. The point of the story of Undertale is literally the type of anime-esque tropes we're talking about. Where, by sheer force of will and determination, the hero is able to survive attacks that would have killed them if they were not motivated. Literally, the track tells you this through the leitmotif of Hopes and Dreams, as the beat picks up and as it goes through the fight, and they use these attacks that they are at the mercy of from the god of hyperdeath. The entire point of the encounter is that Frisk is able to deal with this combat because they are just that resilient. Period. That's the entire point of the fight. The entire point of the fight is that Frisk's determination is so goddamn powerful, they are able to deal with this threat. Because that is the fucking point. From this position, when the character dies in the fight, you refuse. Like, your soul breaks, but you refuse. Like, refuse as in you refuse to die. Your determination will not let you give up, but you refuse. You pull yourself back together again. Like a zombie. Like my man, Dan Kuroto. The entire billing of this fight, in context, is you have all of the hopes and dreams of all of the monsters in the underground all together trying to work with you to help you be able to win. Or you have all of this determination that's keeping you going because you know you can't lose because you can't let it end like this type shit. Whatever way you want to phrase it, however you want to break it down, That's the goal. That's the fucking point. The entire point of the fight is that you would not lose this because this is the back end of the game. And because this is the back end of the game, your goal is to finish the game on the pacifist run, where you now have the ability to work together with the other souls inside of Azrael to turn for them. It is the City Pop collection. All of the links for the music is inside of Music Playlists. There is no way to look at Undertale billing for the fights that you take and treat them as anything that they are, because the narrative is the booking of the fight. Frisk is going through the underground. The way that you engage the narrative is the way that that story works out. If you go down the genocide route, you are choosing to kill them, and through your sheer will of and determination and the general apathy that you have towards the monsters, you do not care about them because you look at them as peons. Therefore, if you go all the way down the genocide route and you actually follow through with fighting Sans, killing Sans, going through the door, you no longer have control over yourself. You are just a pawn for Shara to possess. Then, of course, your file's fucked. If you take the deal, you are permanently locked out of the golden ending and its proper true context because you sold your soul, da-da-da-da-da. You go through the survivalist ending, which is where you kill any number of monsters. You did what you had to do to be able to see the end of the game and finish the story, but you did not finish the journey. And then, in the true pacifist ending, where you go through the original lab, and then you fight Azrael, the booking that you were experiencing there at the end of that content is you getting the ability to be involved in the narrative of the content and understanding that the entire goal of the journey was getting to this point. And that's why the fight can't be lost. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous as fuck for people to demonstrate this, because this is actually a perfect case example of a person not understanding power scaling and what his point is. So the hero
also, even like down in these other comments, they just like they just like do mental gymnastics and point to like other lore bits about determination and stuff.
Unless it came from Word of God, it's just headcanon. That is the answer that they'd like to give themselves to justify their viewpoint and their opinion. By themselves and their own opinion, they can write whatever the fuck they want, and they can believe whatever the fuck they want. But it doesn't overset Word of Canon and Word of God. So if I were to be the author, and I were to make a series, or a franchise, or a movie, or a book, of which I am writing several, the canon works out the way that I wrote it, because that's the logic on how I wrote it. So in that Femdom story, that I currently am still writing through, as I'm getting through all of the 3 ideas that we originally had during that fundraiser drive for brainstorming. If I write something in that story, that is canon, because that's how I fucking wrote it. Now, whether or not the person agrees with the logic of it is immaterial to the fact that it is true. Period. Because there are people that look at conversations like this, they are not equipped to have a conversation, a thoughtful, meaningful conversation about power scaling. Because what they want is feels over reals, where the reality of what would actually happen is in conflict, but what they feel would be good. So, let's say somebody decided to make a storyline where a transgender character is fighting against some type of enemy, and there is a transgender member of the fandom of that show watching it who hates the fact that the actual canon ending of that scene is that the transgender person gets killed. Doesn't matter what the actual result of their skill in the fight was, Doesn't matter if they're actually the best combat prowess person possible. Doesn't matter. It's not about. It's immaterial. They hate that the ending booking of the fight is they lose and they die, and the character is thus written out of the story. So instead of accepting the context, which is that they were a good fighter, but they just weren't stronger or better than their opponent, or their opponent won with underhanded tactics, or they were winning in the fight, but they gave away the upper hand because they chose to be deceitful and trick them into letting their guard down, and then they give them a cheap shot, and then they use that cheap shot to kill them. They are unwilling to accept that for all the feats and the tactics, the fight didn't go the way that a power booking would say, because the fight happened the way that the fight needed to happen in order for the plot to advance. Which was the point that, I'm forgetting his goddamn name. Holy shit. Why am I forgetting the name of the fucking writers of Marvel? That's the point of how Ditko and... Still blanking on it.
Stan Lee?
Yeah, Stan Lee, thank you. That is the reason why Ditko and Stan Lee wrote some of the original heroes, like the Fantastic Four, or the X-Men, the way that they wrote them. The point of the characters having abilities and powers was not about creating these Omega-level mutants that have abilities that are just going to dominate the narrative and be impossible to fight. It was about the storyline of how they achieve those powers. Which, I brought up the X-Men, so that if you're a fan of the X-Men, you know exactly where this conversation is going. Let's talk about the Dark Phoenix, because we have 5 minutes remaining, but I can bang this out in that time period. Alright, Dark Phoenix. Oh, the Dark Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix in every potential presentation that matters, which is the X-Men the animated series. Okay, Lord have mercy. So, the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix... Yes, thank you. Jack Kirby, John Romita Sr., Chris Claremont, errata writers that are just responsible for it. But we're going with the Stan Lee interpretation of the person who wins the situation is the person who I wrote to fight the narrative. The Dark Phoenix is a perfect case example of power scaling done correct and right, and the way that they keep trying to write the Dark Phoenix every time they've tried to make a movie. This was the problem with the first Bryan Singer's X-Men. It was the problem with the second Bryan Singer X-Men. And it's the problem every time somebody tries to invoke the Dark Phoenix, or Jean Grey, or the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, the Goblin Queen. Any involvement of the Phoenix requires you to start with Jean Grey Marvel Girl. If you do not have Marvel Girl, and then send her on that spaceship to become infected by the Phoenix Force, to be saved by it after she sacrifices herself for her team, and then brought back as the Phoenix. And then, over time, whether you want to go with the run where she is slowly manipulated into the Dark Phoenix, or the version that they tried to run with, which is, in some versions, it's the repressed psychological and suppressed power that Professor X put a time lock on her for, or literally the power of the Phoenix Force personified through her, but with a corrupted mindset for Jean Grey. Every single run that they have ever tried with the Dark Phoenix always requires a specific series of events to happen. And every time they have tried to adapt the Dark Phoenix, they never put this particular part that is on here, which is the part where she basically gets manslutted and manipulated into becoming manslutted. It's a very simple storyline. There's a guy who's a part of the Hellfire Club. He drops that dumb dick on her and convinces her over time to behave a certain way, and that way of behaving then makes her into the Dark Phoenix, and then into the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, alongside the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, which is obviously Emma Frost. I forget the name of the man-ho in question, but it's a long story arc. It's a long story arc. All you need to know, Man-Ho tries to convince her into becoming the Dark Phoenix. That's it. Sebastian Shaw, thank you. They never write the storyline this way. Every time they've attempted to do the storyline, they try to go from Jean Grey, just as Jean Grey Marvel Girl, immediately into the Dark Phoenix. There's no build-up of the power of the Phoenix. There is no build-up of the menace of the Dark Phoenix. Every time they have done it, from X-Men 2, where she gets the lake dropped on her head when she's lifting them out of the Stryker Foundation, to X-Men 3, The Last Stand, she goes from Jean Grey being dead to the Dark Phoenix. In the case of the film just literally named Dark Phoenix, for the timeline that was from X-Men First Class, this time they send her up in the goddamn spaceship, but when they bring her back down, she's just automatically the Dark Phoenix. There's no writing, there's no build-up, there's no booking, there's no straight-through logic. Every single bit of the writing of the character is sabotaged because the people who are trying to power scale her and then get the benefit that comes out of the greatness of that storyline refuse to do the necessary groundwork. And so it ends up being dog shit. The same way every person who tries to do power scaling, comparing characters to characters inside of their same universe or other verses, doesn't matter what the argument is. Doesn't matter if it's Toon Force. It doesn't matter if it's the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen people trying to justify how Black Flash or the reverse curse technique or Mr. I can't stop winning decides how strong they are in a fight. The basic breakdown of all failures of power scaling and why it's made irrelevant and a joke, because the people who choose to use it is they do not understand that the feats and the combat skills do not matter. It is the storyline that matters, and making it feel actually consistent and fulfilling. It is better to have...
Yeah, hence why, like, when I'm making my own projects with different characters from different universes, I usually go for the rule of cool and storytelling, not like power scaling.
Well, you're at your 0 out, but I'll give you one last thing before I send you off. That is correct. It is better for you to have a consistent and a fruitful and a satisfying fight that is consistent to the writing that the character has been given, rather than making a bullshit ass pull just so that your favorite can get over. If it's not their time to win, and it's not their fight to win, do not try to write that fight and do not try to call that fight as being deserving. So the best example that I can give you is the example of the beginning of Devil May Cry 5, right? In the beginning of DMC 5, as we all remember, dead weight. So in every single instance that Dante is fighting against Urizen, long before he fully knows that this is Virgil's demon form, separated from his human half, V, the entire billing of the responsibility, in fact, the entire narrative of Devil May Cry 5, is about the evolution of Nero's abilities and his effect. Right? Bye, or hello, Tusky. Every single bit of his involvement and evolution through the narrative of DMC5 is that Nero cannot fight his father. He is too weak. That is the canon beginning of the game. The fight, if you destroy the crystal, that is the Yamato, and you actually fight and defeat Urizen, whether you do so armless before you've completed the story, or you do so with all of your skills available to you, which would then make it the canon of a dream fight, like I explained earlier, is the non-canon secret ending. It does not happen. Nero is too weak. Ergo, get out of here, Nero. You're just dead weight. Then, as the story continues, and they learn more and more about each other, both who they are, what they feel, how they behave, what they do. Where's his deadweight moment? Where's his transformation? Where is it? Let's get the Kyrie scene. Nero, Devil Trigger. Yes. When Nero is walking in Mission 20 and he approaches the payphone, and he finds the payphone and he calls Kyrie. And he talks to Kyrie about how he feels about everything that's going on. And Kyrie gives him words of assurance that then help him to reach the emotional trigger that he needs to pull his own devil trigger and transform into a half-demon so that he can confront his father and stop his father and uncle from killing each other, as the story goes. This is the moment in the story in which Nero has earned the right and the responsibility to go and face the ending of the narrative. Every single moment through the story has been a build-up of Nero becoming a veteran demon hunter, devil hunter. And so, when he hangs up the phone and he walks forward towards the fight and then starts running towards the edge of the cliff, explaining how he feels set back and unsure of himself. But now he knows what he really wants to fight for, because this is JYB we're talking about. So he's about to fucking talk about this scene in the context of an anime character, as he's always been. When his Devil Breaker comes apart, as he manifests his arm, and then takes off, and like was... what's the word I'm looking for? As was foreshadowed by the title crawl of the game's beginning, and he jumps and flies off and comes down like a comet in between his father and his uncle. This is the culmination of the billing and the writing of the game, which is why it is so satisfying and why the characters react in the way in which they do. And it is the same reason why, when he goes on and he then backhands Dante to the face, right here, telling them that this is not going to happen this way. I'm tired of this sibling rivalry. I'm putting an end to it. If I beat you, father, then you have to stop. And when Virgil tells him, if I beat him, it's the same as beating you, Dante. The entire billing of this event is the son is going to face the father and is going to bring and rectify the sibling rivalry and also unify the blood of Sparta under one banner, because they cannot keep fighting each other. It's gone on long enough. No more. If you change this, the story of Devil May Cry 5 does not work. Period. It doesn't matter whether or not Virgil is just so much stronger. He has the Sin Devil Trigger, and so does Dante. He's not a stronger fighter than him at this moment because of the feats and skills he has. Doesn't fucking matter. The fight is Nero, Devil Trigger, versus Sin Devil Trigger, Virgil, at the peak of power at Mission 20. It is none of the other bullshit that is canon or considered non-canon in relevance to the rest of the plot. The story is the story. This is the story. This is the satisfying conclusion that was written. This is the canon. There is only this. Attempting to go outside of this moment demonstrates a sheer misunderstanding or disapproval and lackluster appreciation of the characters and the emotional journey that they're going on. And that is the core problem of power scaling as a whole. You have people on the timeline and people in the industry that believe that the way that they should go about writing is looking at it like this. And also looking at it as, let's say the character of Nero was actually a transgender girl, right? Let's say Nero's name was actually Nefertiti. But they chose to transition to become Nero. And therefore, there's one trans writer that was on the Capcom staff that said, Nero has to win the fight because transgenders can't be allowed to lose and get killed. You can't have that kind of writing. The story is with the story. The characters are the characters. If they cannot stand on their own merits, and they have to be treated as a protective sacred cow that cannot be defiled, you don't know how to write the story. Because all booking is resemblant of the strength and relative involvement of the character and their place in the narrative and the effect they have on that narrative. If Nero wins the fight, whether they are who they are or they are transgender or not, it stands on the merit of that character's feats and their strength as rationalized through the context of the booking. If they are booked to win because that is the narrative, it needs to make sense. What makes more sense? That Nero defeats his father Virgil because he wants to prove to Dante that he's not dead weight and that he has earned the right to be considered as strong, if not stronger, than both him and his dad? Or Virgil beats the shit out of Nero after he comes out of the sky looking like the new generation of Sparta, and then he goes on to be relegated to the inside of the Devil headquarters, and he has a baby with Kyrie, and then the next game is actually about the adventures of his kid with Kyrie. Obviously, the first one is the better one. Because now, if you write a Devil May Cry 6, or Devil May Cry 7, or Devil May Cry 8 or 9, the entire point is that this moment, with all the other moments that could be written in the potential future of the franchise, is building on the potential compoundment of the blood of Sparta, right? Because now we're reaching Goku levels. Goku, Gohan, Goten, Pan, Trunks. How many generations of diluted blood are capable of producing a fighter that is as strong or stronger than the Sparta bloodline? And is the awakening truth of justice and emotion and appreciation strong enough to involve that character and their story arc to have a satisfying beginning, ending, and conclusion? You see this with every single story. I think the best comparison I could give you is the adventures of and the fate of characters in a franchise like that of Game of Thrones. Every character lives and dies because of the way that the story is written and the way that the story flows from the actions and consequences of multiple characters all moving in the same direction. You cannot have one thing without the other. You don't have good character moments like the rebirth of Jon Snow, and then the failed prophecy of Azor Ahai with the Night King, without having characters like Jaime push Bran out of the window, and the consequences of Bran becoming paralyzed, leading on to him becoming the new Three-Eyed Raven. You do not have Jaime and his love with his sister, even though it's a dog shit ending, being not brought to core ends as the only person who truly loves her, as the fate of that character being crushed with his sister under rocks, because they're both that stubborn and they're both that in love with each other. You do not have Tyrion the Imp going on and doing all the shit that he does without all of the events that happen to him. You don't have Arya Stark becoming a faceless man and then becoming the one who kills the Night King, I guess, for reasons that don't make fucking sense, without having all the other shit that happened along the way, without the sword dancer from Bravos, without her traveling to Bravos to join the Faceless Men, with her encountering and being a part of the adventure that she was with when she was posing as who she was posing with Tyrion's father, with Jaqen H'ghar, the name that the Faceless Man gave her, without all that happening. It would be better if the people who do that and don't understand it and disagree with me, if they ever find it, it would be great if those people that say, no, single player Carl's wrong here, he doesn't get writing. It'd be great if those people actually rewatch the franchises they're talking about, and then they look at a channel like Cinema Wins. Cinema Sins, no. older products of, say, the Birdman, before he decided to go on this arc that he's on, where he likes to harass people on his YouTube channel, trying to debunk a bunch of talking points, he's actually done a lot of good writing that demonstrates those plot points, those plot holes, and those plot contrivances. Because anytime you have a fuck-up of writing where a person doesn't understand what the character's narrative is and what makes a satisfying conclusion, that plot contrivance is a consequence of somebody failing to respect power scaling. That good?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Cool. Great. Great topic. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for inviting me.
I mean, all I do is outrun the event. I'm just a black man.
See ya.
Goodbye. That one was extremely lengthy, chat, but you know what? It was a good one. It was a good one. Ugh! I did not put together a playlist. Let me find something to put on the background. Now, how is everybody doing here? There are some people who came in that I didn't get to see. How are you doing, chat? Let's go with this playlist. Hello, Buster. Hello, Tusky. Let me read back through the chat here a little bit. My rule for story writing is the more overpowered they are, the more the story becomes bullshit. I would say to that Exo Crusher that it can be the case. If a character is extremely overpowered, in the sense that they have abilities that help them just crush an enemy, crush a hero in the story, it should be only necessarily the case that the satisfaction of the hero or the villain having this power is demonstrated as a result of how worthy or unworthy they are of the ability, right? So let's take Gold Experience Requiem at the end of Part 5. That is the escalation of the plot of Golden Wind. It is the moment in which Diavolo gets his just desserts and gets locked into the the lag switch that is the death that is given to him by Gur. And from that moment, everything that happens is a follow-through of simply Diavolo believing himself to be perfectly invincible because of the power of Epithet and King Crisman. So, that ending follows through exactly and thusly as it should. Ow. I can't think of any examples of villains off the top of my head having an ending where they are overpowered, but it's deserved because their narrative is justified. I think the only example I can think of at this moment in time, based in like comic book shit, would specifically be Thanos of Infinity War. Thanos wins because he's more motivated to get his objective and his escalation done, and then everything happens the way it happens because that's how they chose to write the story. Took you something I'm only now getting to, which I had years ago. What is this trailer about? I forgot what that question was towards. To this day, Western media owners cannot deal with the tight work of Kamen Rider or Super Sentai. They really can't. Live action media cannot really get to the point that costume superheroes have on the big screen. Now, of course, Toei is not the only costume superhero company that's out there making shit, but there's tons and tons of toku that washes what we do in comic book movies in the West. And the shit that they do in China, the shit that they do in South Korea, the shit that they do in Japan, amongst other places, they are miles and miles ahead. Miles and miles ahead. Not even get me started on Ultraman. Usually give all the powers to the Saiyans, all the Z-Warriors, even though the power is not specific to the Saiyans, because only Z-Warriors not a Saiyan, they had to read some power boost. Dark Phoenix was originally a manifestation of Genie's repressed psychic potential, negative emotions, which he got revived. The Phoenix Force was retconned as a separate entity. That is true. All the versions that people go off of now, with the Dark Phoenix and the Phoenix, it's pretty much like, are we losing sales? If yes, use the Phoenix to try and get people to care about the X-Men comics again. If not, use the Hellfire Gala as a way to get people to care about the X-Men comics again. I think we're fully out of the Krakoa arc right now, and they're in the Mars arc where Mysterium is a thing. But pretty much this was the case for the majority of the Krakoa arc. It was these Omega level mutants and the Hellfire Gala, and that was it. In my personal opinion, some of the most dog shit writing that I've ever seen. Now, of course, certain characters and certain costumes, certain outfits, amazing, good, wonderful. But I hate the Krakoa arc with a burning fucking passion. I hate it with a burning fucking passion. Because they're sitting there doing nothing in the entire fucking arc. It's all fucking interpersonal politics and Mr. Sinister. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. That's why they've never been able to do Emma Frost outside of cameos, because you can't do Emma Frost without Jean Grey, the Hellions, Generation X, and eventually Scott's affair with her. True! They've never done it right. Can I jump into this, girl? This is my jam. Come on in! Everybody can get 15 minutes! Hello, Buster. Chilling at the end of your day shift. Jotaro versus Dio in Part 3. Jotaro versus Dio in Part 3 is a perfect case example of that, yes. You have two users that have comparative stands that have access to the same abilities, but the way that it's built in the story, the power of Time Stop, used by the world and Dio, is an escalation of Dio's entire journey to this point in the franchise, as well as the build-up against the entire family. From Phantom Blood to whatever the fuck he was doing during Battle Tendency, and then where he ends up when they get through Stardust Crusaders, and then the end of Egypt arc. All of it is an encapsulation of Dio Brando's original desire. He wants to surpass JoJo. He hates this JoJo bloodline, he wants them to die, and he becomes a vampire to supersede his humanity. Period. When he gets out of the coffin, and then goes searching for the stand arrow, even though he finds the stand arrow and he starts making stand users, he does not find the beetle hollow arrow that would then make advanced stands. If Dio had lasted long enough to achieve perfection of the world, it is possible that, much like how Dio found a way for himself and Pucci to ascend and perfect a stand through that particular ritual that created Made in Heaven, it is possible that Dio over the world could have been a possible form. But of course, that form is non-canon. That's just a way for them to glaze Dio and try and supersede him to being the comparison of a Sentai villain, basically. Can't do it right. They'd have to make the women actually characters with flaws and quality traits. True. The world over heaven is as long as he ever got power-wise. True. And let me bring in Callum. Welcome, Callum. If you're talking, we can't hear you. Take your time. Chat real quick. He's not saying anything yet. I'll give you some time, Kellen. I don't know what's happened to your microphone, but we will wait.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Fantastic. Right, so on the whole Krakoa era thing, that was what I was talking about. That's my jam. That's what this. It's just big. I have opinions on this. Basically, what came immediately before the Krakoa era was an arc where Nate Gray, I don't if you remember him, he's Scott and Jean's genetically engineered son from the Age of Apocalypse timeline. Mm-hmm. And basically because he has immense psychic power, because he's a son of Jean Grey, creates an alternative universe, and he forcibly pulls all the mutants into it in order to give them lives entirely separate from their own, and make them forget their current lives just because he thinks it's better. He's basically trying to play God. It wasn't a very good arc. People didn't like it. And then Jonathan Hickman came along, and he decided to do the Krakoa era. Now, here's the thing about Jonathan Hickman. He's a fantastic writer, but one thing he hates more than anything is adhering to anything that came before. He hates it. So, in order to make Krakoa work, everyone had to act out of character. Everyone. Because I'm sorry, if the character's going to act out of what character in the X-Men traditionally is going to work with Mr. Sinister, Apocalypse, or who's going to allow them to be part of their government? Since when did the X-Men become mutant supremacists? Or at the very least mutant essentialists. And also, I don't know if you saw some of the specifics about Krakoa. It was fucking degenerate. Like, literally, the third law of Krakoa was make as many mutants as possible. So basically, a big part of the thing was basically just having mutants fuck as much as possible and then raise the children communally. It's literally the Longhouse. It's the long. It was like. This is the thing. And then basically the whole. But here's the thing about what I will give Jonathan Hickman credit for is that this was not built up to be a positive thing. It was built up to be bad. It was built up to be a bad thing. Krakoa was meant to be a failed experiment. But Jonathan Hickman wanted to move on, he had built it up and then he wanted to write The Fall in 2021. But then, because Krakoa was selling comics, because the new audience came in, the new audience who liked the degenerate Krakoa, who liked the Jean, Scott and Logan being implied to be in a polyamorous relationship. Yes, that was a thing. That was a thing. And they liked all of that stuff, and so it sold like hotcakes. And so when Jonathan Hickman wanted to end Krakoa, no one else wanted to do it because it was selling comics. So Jonathan Hickman jumped ship in 2021. And that's why Krakoa from about mid-2021 through to about 2024 was absolute dog's bollocks. It was shit. Because it had no direction. Because it was originally written to be a degenerate society that was built to fail. But then it never failed. The only reason why it did fail in the end is because Moira McTaggart, who was one of the people who built Krakoa, it turns out she's a mutant who's lived multiple lives, as her mutant ability is reincarnation. She was one of the people who built Krakoa. Well, basically, a bunch of things happen. I won't go into detail. She goes crazy and she goes on this nihilistic rant about mutants will never be able to live in a world with humans, so she basically decides to join the humans and wipe out the mutants because in her view there is no scenario in which the mutants will ever win. So she basically just becomes a nihilist and then ends up becoming she effectively becomes a human sentinel. Effectively, she becomes a robot.
The thing that I hated the most about the Krakoa arc in general was that reveal of her being a mutant, and then the fucking Moira McTaggart engine. Shit directly out of the most bullshit ass pull you could ever imagine.
I hate the fact that that they made her a mutant because the whole point was that she was a mutant ally who with close ties to Xavier. Because if you don't know, her original backstory was that her and Xavier dated in college. She was originally dating, I think his name was Henry McTaggart, but they broke up. She started dating Charles. But then Henry McTaggart, who was Charles's friend, convinced him to join the military. Because in the original it was the Korean War, but then it's changed over time. Sliding time scale. While he was away, McTaggart, he manipulated his way back into a relationship with Moira, and she sent him a Dear Jane letter. Yeah, and she sent him a letter basically saying, "Where I'm seeing someone else." And so, but then he turns out to be an abusive piece of shit. She gets pregnant, and she ends up having a son who was originally one of the few Omega level mutants in existence, Proteus. In fact, her first arc is about Proteus's introduction, because she's locked him away for years in order to protect everyone else. And the whole bit was that she has a close relationship with Xavier, a lot of unresolved feelings, but she is a close, true ally to mutants because her son is a mutant, even though she's not. And she spent years trying to find a way to not only help her son, because her son has very unstable powers, but also to help him with his mental health issues, because being locked away his entire life, he's very mentally unstable. So that was her bit. So turning her into a mutant undermines her whole character. Just it undermines it all. And the only reason they made it that way is because they haven't done anything with the character in a while, because she died. And they wanted to use the character because she became like semi-popular during the X-Men movie reboot, because she was in First Class and Days of Future Past, I believe. Yeah. So that's what I really hated, that bit about turning Moira into a mutant, because it just undermines her entire character and the point of her character, in that she is a true to honest to God ally to mutants, even though she's human. And here's the thing about Krakoa: it's so gimmicky, because Krakoa's been done before with Genosha, the mutant city, and the island nation outside of San Francisco that they did about 10 years ago. Krakoa, on a smaller scale, Krakoa has been done before twice. 3 times if you count Asteroid M. So it's been done before twice. It's such a gimmick, and it wouldn't have been a gimmick if the story had been able to. If the story being allowed to unfold as Hickman intended, because again, it was built up specifically to fail, but then nothing came of it. Yeah, nothing came of it, because they said, "Oh, well, it's selling comics now, so we can't allow you to tell the story as you intended, because we need to keep making Krakoa comics."
The sheer fact that it kept going on is half the reason most people didn't get into it, because it ended up being a case of archive backlog. Nobody wanted to pick up the game, or excuse me, not pick up the game, pick up the comic book, because it's like, oh, how long has the book been running for? 3 years? Nah, fuck that. I don't have the money. And even if they were watching scans, it's like, I don't want to read all these pages. I just want to see how it ends. And then when they saw how it ends, it's like, nigga, fuck this.
Yeah, there's also the fact that it's like, you can see it even now, because now that we're in the From the Ashes era, all the fans that came in specifically because they liked Krakoa have abandoned them, however few they were, because they're not getting the basically quirky, degenerate LGBT quirk chungus X-Men anymore.
Yeah.
But they're also like, you can tell it in the fact of how many comics they were releasing for the X-Men line right now. Like, you can tell that the Krakoa era mentality of releasing as many titles as possible at once is still playing on. They're releasing about 15 comics for the X-Men line. They reduced the number of mainline comics by 1. It used to be 4, now it's 3. But they've still got 12 X-Men spin-off comics going on at once. I like 4 or 5 solo runs. Like solo runs for Jean Grey, for Storm, for Magic, for Psylocke. It's like 4 or 5 of them going on at once, and like there's about 15 different comics for the X-Men line going on right now. It's too much. It's too much for any one person to keep up with. And yeah, struggler. Yeah, Hickman is now writing Ultimate Spider-Man, and it's the only good. It's one of the few good things coming out of Marvel right now. It's like Hickman got the last laugh because he actually ended up getting a comic book where he was able to effectively write Spider-Man from scratch, because the new Ultimate Universe is pretty much brand new. So, and he's been the only writer on it so far. So yeah, he got the last laugh, and he also gave fans what he wanted, because in the Ultimate Universe, Peter and MJ are married. So,
it's really
unlike Earth 616 Spider-Man with Paul.
What's currently going on right now? I think there's been scans going around of a Venom run, where apparently Mary Jane is the new Venom, but she's not actually in Venom. The way that she's embodying her symbiotic revelation from inside of him, whenever the symbiote peels back to show her, it's like it's still bonded to somebody else.
Yeah, she is the basically Eddie Brock is dead. No, sorry, Flash Thompson is dead, and he was the previous Venom. And Mary Jane and Paul have not adopted, they fostered his son, and Mary Jane has become Venom. She was previously, and this isn't even the first time in recent times that she's been a superhero. A couple of years ago, they made her the superhero Jackpot, where she basically had like a slot machine thing on her arms, and she would pull it, and it would give her a random superpower based on what came up on the slot machine. So she became the superhero Jackpot. But then when the new Venom run came out about a year ago, they've effectively just abandoned that. Like, all of a sudden she's just not Jackpot anymore. It's like, and she's Venom instead. It's just, there isn't it. You can definitely tell this is just being written out of spite at this point. This is basically being written to say, we know we have to keep Mary Jane around because she's a popular character, but we do not want her and Peter Parker interacting at all. So we're going to have them in separate comics, with Mary Jane in Venom and Peter Parker in Amazing Spider-Man. Neither the twain shall meet, and they will live entirely separate lives. So we'll keep both characters around, but we will not allow them to be around one another, because we don't want them together. Because Marvel has this fucking weird mandate where, outside of like Susan Storm and Reed Richards, they hate marriage because they think it ages characters, and it does, but it should age characters. Because the only way you get new characters and allow them to grow is by allowing the old characters to get old.
Yeah.
But they don't want to do that.
Now, what's there's another screen cap that I saw of Gwen Stacy's grave. What's that all about?
Basically, they are, for the millionth time, they're resurrecting Gwen Stacy, but they're resurrecting her as Gwenpool. Now, that is baffling to me, because first of all, Gwenpool is not a variant of Gwen Stacy. She is basically, Gwenpool is a parody character where she's basically meant to be Gwendolyn Poole, who is a basically she's a person from the real world who found her way into the world of comics, and her power is basically just being meta in the fact that she is aware that she's in a comic book. Yeah. in the same vein as Deadpool. Yeah. So, and basically they're resurrecting, I believe it's coming out next month. They're resurrecting Gwen Stacy as a variant of Gwenpool, and Gwen has to find, and the actual Gwenpool has to find out why. So that makes people think that's probably going to be basically a shock value joke run that's not going to last very long and then will be quickly forgotten about. It's basically just bringing Gwen Stacy back into the narrative for no reason again. And some cynics have thought they might actually be fully resurrecting Gwen Stacy in the hopes of having her be with Peter instead of MJ, because they just don't want MJ to be with Peter that much. But truthfully, I don't think that's the case. The reason why they don't want MJ and Peter together is because they think any kind of relationship that leads to marriage ages the characters. So I think it's just going to be a joke, short run of 5-6 issues where it's all treated as one big laugh, and then she'll be dead again, and it'll never be referenced again. It might as well not even be canon.
I don't like that. Yeah. I don't like that.
No, neither do I, because it shows zero respect for the characters or continuity at all, and it just shows that Marvel are just throwing shit at the wall and hoping to see what sticks. And here's the thing: it's not as if Marvel are releasing shit comics across the board. There are some good comics out right now, like Ryan North's Fantastic Four run. That's brilliant, absolutely excellent. Like, it is one of the best it's the best Fantastic Four run since, and this name coming up again, Jonathan Hickman. The best run since Hickman. It's the best Fantastic Four run in about a decade. Whereas the Dan Slott run, you'll remember Dan Slott from being basically the Amazing Spider-Man writer from about, I think, like 2011 through to 2018. Like, he was the longest running Amazing Spider-Man writer after One More Day. And he's also responsible for a lot of the tropes that people don't like about modern Peter Parker, in that he is incompetent, he's a bit of an arsehole, he's incompetent, he's a bit of an arsehole, he has no friends, no job, no future. That was all kind of pioneered by Dan Slott. And Dan Slott, after he got off Spider-Man, he got on Fantastic Four and his Fantastic Raw. It wasn't bad, but it was just kind of mediocre, kind of okay. And yeah, but Ryan North's run is brilliant. It's brilliant because it understands the characters. It's very light-hearted, and it's also it's not one continuous narrative. It's a bunch of one-shots. It's basically just of character focused one-shots. It's the only overarching narrative that it's had thus far was an overarching narrative at the beginning of his run, where where during a battle with Reed Richards in New York, Reed Richards was forced to make a section of New York disappear, including the Baxter Building. Except it was it's a bunch of pseudoscientific stuff. But basically, it disappeared for a year, but it would reappear in the same spot. And basically, both The Thing and Alicia Masters, who are now married in the comics, by the way, which is surprising, as it's one of the few marriages that's been allowed to happen as of late. Them and their 2 adopted kids and Reed and Sue's kids were in the Baxter Building when it disappeared, and they are safe. They know they're safe, but they won't reappear for another year. So the story arc is basically about them being superheroes while waiting for that year for their kids to come back.
I see.
Waiting for their kids to come back, and also kind of reconciling, because them disappearing was kind of pissed The Thing and Alicia off, because because they were in the heat of battle, Reed didn't really have the time to consult anyone on the decision to do it, so he just kind of did it, and they caused their kids to disappear for a year. So they were kind of angry about that. But it's a short arc. It's only about, I think, 6 issues long, I think maybe 12 issues, and it basically leads to, once it's resolved, the Baxter building reappears and that section of New York reappears, and they're all like, it's all and basically the kids are fine. So I think the only I think he's having to write another continuous arc now because it's tying into the crossover event One World Under Doom, which is also quite good. So, but other than that, he just writes one shots, and they're all really good.
That's good. Is there anything else?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say it's fun. All right, I'm all marveled out for now, so I'm gonna call it.
Okay, no problem. I appreciate your insight because for some of these books, it's just been really fucking hard to get into them. The only thing
I'm not.
Go ahead.
Saying no, I'm not surprised. Marvel is putting out a lot of shit right now.
The only thing that is keeping people's interest in Marvel going is Marvel Rivals.
Yes.
And go ahead.
And it's to the point where it's because the Marvel Rivals is actually characterizing the characters as they actually are, to the point where like people are actually shipping characters that have never been shipped in the comics before, and like comic purists are whinging about it. Like Bruce Banner and Emma Frost has been quite popular on Twitter right now. It's actually quite awesome. I quite like it. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it's Marvel Rivals is pretty much the only good thing about Marvel right now, other than Fantastic Four. That's about it.
I'm gonna let you. I have more to say on the topic of Marvel Rivals, but I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. It is actually wild how relevant Marvel Rivals has been in people getting involvement to caring about the franchise and caring about the characters. Because the thing that is really, really, really fucking stupid, dumb, relevant about those characters and their involvement is the fact that there have been so many choices and changes that have been done to try to make the try to make these choices that they've been trying to have with the characters relevant, that there have been changes made to the ranking season that has made people stop playing Marvel Rivals in terms of competitive and start focusing more on the fun jokes and memes of it, because the Season 2 ladder now bases your character progression and your ranking through the ladder system on your individual play scoring rather than win-loss ratio and all the statistics that are supplied by it. Apparently, the consequence of roll queue not being a thing in the game, and thus allowing people to do whatever they wanted that can be a trick to win, is what's resulted from that is that, especially with the change-ups of the meta, the change-ups of switch-arounds of different team-ups, and the introduction of both Emma Frost in the first half and now Ultron in the back half, is that there are playstyles that now are punished for playing too good. They are injecting entropy into the game. And they are making it very obvious that your ability to rank up is not based on your team being good as a unit, but is actually based on you being able to maintain control of the domination of a team fight, which ultimately means players that are playing competitively, they are losing out on the benefit of playing competitively because you are punished for playing too perfect. They want you and expect you to lose. So people are kind of stepping away from Marvel Rivals at the exact same time that it's getting popular because of the fact that it's just a better Overwatch. Which I find to be extremely hilarious, because now I see people starting to feel the way that I did when I was playing Marvel Heroes. Because how the fuck are they shooting themselves in the foot, despite the fact they have such a good fucking performance that they could use to waylay directly to the comics? Like the fact that they put out a comic cover for the swimsuit editions based on the favorites that are in the game It's extremely counterintuitive. Now, I know that the devs that are involved with the product from, whatchamacallem, that are involved with the product from NetEase, they're doing these changes and they're making these alterations to try and keep the game fresh. And to also try to reward people for playing their particular style and their particular character, where it's more about your effective performance and all of the stats of that performance, rather than I pick guaranteed win comp and I dominate. It is punishing players that are flowcharting, and it's bringing a skill floor that raises over time, but shortens the skill ceiling. So basically, you take a chart that looks like this, and it starts here, and it's now moved here and moved like this. Because as the bottom of the average increases, and it demands more from you to learn, the skill ceiling hasn't moved. It's actually dropped. So it's less like from here to here. It's more like from here to here. And in this block here is all of the average players. This is the high peak. This is the low peak. You've got people who are trying to play the game for fun, that are getting involved with the comics because of these characters, and are possibly even interested in buying books that are related to them in their runs. But they basically get slapped in the face with a terrifying mix-up of the worst shit humanly imaginable that makes them go, yuck, and they bounce off the game and go do something else. It's extremely hair-pulling, chat. It's extremely hair-pulling. Now, if you don't give a damn about any of this, and you don't even plan on playing the video game, then for you in the context, it's just like a really funny tee-hee-hee-hee, ha-ha-ha-ha moment. But, like, I cannot explain to you how fucking devastating this is. Devastating it is. For everyone else involved. I should have been not doing that. Fuck. I should have threw my discards. And it is probably some of the most devastating shit you could ever have happen in any of the shit that's going on with the material at basis for what you could get interest in from Marvel Rivals. Because they are outright treating it like it is dog water. Outright treating it like it's dog water. Like, you have people who are coming through and they're finding out, oh, this character that I was told was gay and cringe and soy is actually super good and based? I can't believe it. That's so crazy. But then they're punished for having fun playing said character. And they're like, well, why would I want to get punished playing this character like this? This fucking sucks. It's the biggest dog shit I've ever fucking seen. Well, some of the biggest dog shit I've ever fucking seen. There's some of the biggest dog shit I have ever fucking seen, to the point of annoyance and disgust. That's just me, though. That's just me, in my opinion, though. So, like, I don't know what they're gonna do about that. I haven't been playing Marvel Rivals just because I've been playing other shit. My hope is that it'll get better before it gets worse. But I don't know, man. Like, it's really hard to be a fan of it right now. But in the meanwhile, took them only 4 months to ruin the game. Well, there was a whole conversation about this back when there was a discussion about role queue. Since role queue tends to just be a thing that is involved in every single video game, immaterial amongst most, they were not sure if it was going to be a thing that they'd care a decent amount about. For me and my care and intentions, I care infinitely less about role queue than a throwaway person could, would, or should. Because the problem with role queue is that it is a concept and it is a factor that, for the most part, is a thing that people say ruins their fun with the game. The idea is a person plays role queue. They are assigned a role that they don't want to play. They want to play DPS, they end up getting put on support or strategist. They want to play a Vanguard, a frontline tank, or a backline tank, and they end up getting put on a character that is less than optimal of what they want to actually be playing. And unfortunately, what becomes a result of that involvement is that the satisfaction that would have come from playing the character, you're playing something you don't want to be playing. And that fucking sucks. So instead, you try to play something that would be fun for you. But you end up getting something you don't want to play. And so you're hard locked into that role. I should have got rid of the justice. You get hard locked into that role, where you are playing that with those people. And it's the worst experience you could have, because you're playing off your role, you're playing off your character. And it's a torturous experience that nobody fucking likes. Because it's some absolute goddamn bullshit every time it comes up. And sometimes it feels like the game fucking hates you. No matter how you try to go about feeling it, or you go about trying to understand it. It just feels like absolute fucking dog shit. What if I do something like this? Something like this. It is a really shit experience, because you have a bunch of people trying to teach people how to play the game through only playing a single role. But then they're forced into doing something they don't want to do. That's at least the way that it went in every other video game. Instead, in this situation, the idea is that they can instead play whatever they want, but they're not forced into doing anything. So you'd think that'd be fine. But the problem is that they are actually punished by people being the biggest assholes this side of the fucking equator. Because every single time they get into your match, they're the dog shit player that is on your team. You try to play a match hoping that you're going to get a good outcome and you're going to get a good team member who's going to play the game like they want to be there, and you end up getting the front large mainline tank that plays Bucky. They play nothing but Bucky, they won't ever play anything but Bucky, and if you tell them or ask them if they could possibly be able to switch off in the middle of the match to be able to win, they're going to start hard selling your match and they're going to force you to lose. For no other reason than because they hate you. Some of the most annoying dog shit that you could possibly expect to have happen. But they think it's funny when it's happening to you, your team. It is some shit in which many people wish they did not have to put. And the way that they changed the mechanics of Season 2 of Marvel Rivals is that the people who are good can now be benefited in a way that they will succeed and be provided an opportunity to become better, but it is at the cost of their involvement in the game, where they are at the mercy of their team members being dog shit. And so it all comes down to who's the worst member on your team and how badly do they want to make you lose. If they want to make you lose really fucking bad, it can become really fucking shit really fucking fast. Really fucking fast. And it just ends up being a not great encounter for everyone involved because of those particular people's attitudes or desires. So a lot of people are just miserable right now playing the game as is. They don't know what to do with themselves. I wish I could say, ha ha ha, ha, get fucked, but it's like, no. It's not a fun experience. It's something you've all heard me rant about multiple times before, so it's not anything outside the norm. This is some of the regular dog shit of modern day video game standards that you come to know, love, and hate with a burning fucking passion. That's unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. You're stuck playing Fortnite. I'm trying to get out of that loop. Just stop playing Fortnite. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Oh. Yeah, the Halo fan base is having themselves a bad experience. They probably have the worst kind of system that you could probably have in a shooter. Can I just say I never really got the animosity towards the support, but I mainline the heavy, the NG, and the medic, and TFT, so you're trialed by fire. The concept of the strategist slash support character role. Hello. The internal hatred of the strategist slash support role in any video game that ever offers a dichotomy of a hero selection choice system or role opportunity is that people believe that the holy trinity of those points, the parts that do the damage, are the most fun. If you have to be a tank, you want to be a tank that does billions of damage. If you have to be a ranged or melee DPS, you want to be the DPS that does the most damage. Nobody wants to be the, quote, heal bitch. And if you have to be a support, and you have to be the heal bitch, you want to be the heal bitch that is capable of doing damage at the same time. The problem with this philosophy, in the concept of role queue, in the concept of any game that has a system that allows for you to decide how you want to go about learning the character, playing the character, setting up the character, detailing the character, blah, 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 is that there are people that have always set in their head, I will never play support because I don't enjoy support. I hate being the support player because I don't like being treated toxically by my team members and being treated rudely. I want to have the most fun, and the way that I have fun is I choose to play the game my way, and my way involves me playing a character in any particular way that happens to be fun. I hate the support role, and the support role is the easiest role in the game. I want to play the most hard role in the game. There are infinite arguments and infinite examples that are given, but some of these are the most common referred to examples of the support character. If we want to use a MOBA standard, of which the Holy Trinity is where it comes from, the attack and defense carry, the ADC, the backline, the carries of your team need somebody who's gonna be the best friend that holds their hair when they're standing over the toilet vomiting because they had too much to drink at the club. Even though it is a respected role that quite literally dictates every bit of the control of the fight, and they are actually the pseudo-leaders, if not the de facto leaders, that make the decisions and make the plays happen. Enchanters that are designed to say, no, get off my backline, I will disable you. Or a physical snare support, whether they be a melee or a ranged one that says, no, you go over there now. Or it be a pseudo-assassin carry that starts out as a frontline engage and then becomes a heat-seeking missile designed to dive the backline that says, you come near my character, and I'm going to hook you, and or pull you, and or stun or root you, and then I'm going to stab you in the gut 15 times while my bitch in the back shoots you in the head. But there are people that either have made the idea of the character, the idea of the role, or the idea of the character class to be nothing more than a support character who exists to go, "Hi, I'm here to save you, backline. Take my heals." And while there are many characters that are meant to be bubbly and outward going and personality-wise, the comparison of Lux with various skins and hairstyles, some even kawaii in how they present them. The philosophy of the strategist is that they are the most technical and mentally not stagnant, rigorous, arduous, and mentally straining characters that you potentially can have in a gameplay loop. Take the chaos of a team fight, and somewhere in the back line, the mid line, and the front line, behind the vanguards, behind the fighters, behind the bruisers, the brawlers, the tanks, the assassins, the battle mages, the combat battle mages, the combat jump mages that have actual dash abilities mechanics, is 1 to 2 characters that are operating as a support. And in the chaos of this team fight, if you take an example of a 5-on-5 and 6-on-6, in a lobby of 10 to 12 people, there are 4 people, maximum, depending on whether or not you want to excuse the idea of the GOATS meta. 1 to 2 people who is micromanaging the cooldowns, the call-in timers, and the rotational offense and defense of a team fight to ensure that everyone lives and the enemies die. And at the same time, in that chaos, there are people who have one job, and that is to do damage, that then have the audacity to turn around to that support and tell them, "You're dog shit at your job. Every time I go in, you're never there." And there's someone pinching the brow of their nose, having to explain to them, in the most mean way I can think of explaining it, "This is Air Medic. Repeat, this is Air Medic. Please remember, if you dive where I can't see you, I can't heal you. And please be aware that there is a support to your left and a support to your right. If I am not healing you, please turn around. I am being killed by the divers. If at any time you have a complaint with my healing, go fuck yourself. It is a result of your ability to defend me. If you do your job, I'll do mine. Thank you, and have a nice flight on Air Medic." Dealing with the result of the role queue in every game, with the exception of Rivals, where it has not been made. Some games call it the role queue system. Some games call it the role declare system. Some games call it the role assignment system. If there is ever a tool in the static memetics or in the mechanics of the lobby search where you can elect yourself for your highest picked and your second highest picked role, so aligning yourself for the equivalent of the solo lane, the equivalent of the middle lane, the equivalent of the off-roll jungle lane, the equivalent of the damage carry lane, and the equivalent of the support lane. If there is ever a system that allows you to denote yourself for any of those particularly standardized 5 positions, sometimes the damage roll and the off roll are mixed into one. So instead of 5 or 6 rolls, it's 4. Your front line, your back line, your mid line, and your floaters. Jungle usually being the floater. The mid line being made up of mages and mid-distance supports. The front line being made of your frontline fighters, which we'll denote for a simple term as tanks, and your melee supports. And the floaters that are not the jungle being the back line, sliding from the front to the mid line, and then back to the back line when they need to play front to back, and then sliding forward in a death ball when they need to collapse on a target to kill them quickly when they are isolated and have been picked out in the fight to take the dominant position of rotation. People, unironically, for the last 10 years, have denoted the support role as the bitch role, the unfun role, because you have to tolerate being harassed by your team, and then being blamed for the mistakes that your backline does, the person who you usually have to farm with, if you're using meta in MOBAs as the example, the 1-3-1 off meta. You have the attitude of your team, potentially, and the attitude of at least one or more people blaming you for things that need to be done on the map. In the case of Marvel Rivals, you have your back line to heal, your front line to heal, your mid line to heal, occasionally keeping eyes out on people trying to sneak up on you, and the ability of managing your job, while also op-swapping your healing, if you have a secondary support, with you to keep that team member alive. So, to put this in context in Marvel Rivals, let's say you have a Cloak and Dagger, and then you have an Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman is your main healer. Cloak and Dagger is your off-swap. They pick a frontline character whose job it is to hold pressure. Let's customize this off the top of my head. Marcus, give me a Vanguard.
Any Vanguard?
Any Vanguard.
Any Vanguard. Alistar. Fuck it. Why not?
Okay, let's use League of Legends.
Oh, sorry. Okay, any Vanguard from Marvel Rivals. I'll say Venom. Why not?
Okay, Venom. Off target, brutalizing, bonus health, Vanguard tank. Brick wall. Termination of the phrenology of why words matter and exist, because Carl, why don't you just call them tanks and DPS and backline? The Vanguard's job is to be a wall. They create pressure. If I have a Cloak and Dagger, and I have an Invisible Woman, the job of the Invisible Woman is to heal the entire team. She has better AoE coverage. But the Dagger, should they choose to play the Dagger more than playing the Cloak, while also trying to optimize the use of their ultimate to create space coverage if they're pushing a payload or they're trying to clear a room, needs to play in such a way where they have one eye on Venom and give me a duelist. Preferably a diving duelist.
Give you a diving duelist?
Yes.
Diving duelist. Psylocke, why not?
One eye on Venom and one eye on Psylocke. Invisible Woman's job is to make sure everybody in the team is relatively healthy, as well as covering the back of Cloak and Dagger. While Cloak and Dagger's job is to look at Venom, and if Venom is anywhere near 50%, top him back up to around 75 to 80%. If not 100, if they're out of a team fight. While at the same time, keeping a fucking laser pinpoint eye on the position of the Psylocke in the backline. And when Psylocke comes towards her, pinging I need heals, directing her heals onto her. If Dagger is somehow removed and knocked out by a diver of the enemy team, doesn't matter if it's Spider-Man, doesn't matter if it's magic, doesn't matter if it's someone doing a off-meta, air quote, type of sneak attack build, like a Namor out the side inside of a sniper nest, baiting them to come in to rage bait them off the objective. If the Dagger is picked off or cannot reach them, it now becomes Invisible Woman's job to now enter into a combat medic situation, where instead of being a traditional backline heal bitch, her job is to get into the fray, create distraction, disruption, and destruction. This is in coordination with the 3Ds of how to control a team fight. Distraction, disruption, destruction, and domination. Distract the enemies, get them off of your team, get them off your backline, get them off your midline, so that you can heal them. Disruption, adding chaos to the fight and making it easier for you to control the flow of that combat, so you can control what the enemies do and don't do. Destruction, destroy whatever is preventing your team from doing their job. So if I've got a Venom, and I have a Psylocke as my divers, that's 4 characters. I'll choose 2 off the top of my head. Let's say the sniper is Black Widow. And for dive protection, Emma Frost. So you've got 3 frontline, you've got 1 midline and backline, and you've got 2 supports. Traditionally, the Cloak and Dagger is specifically heal bitching the people who are the lowest targets, because her heals pivot towards the person who is lower on health. It hones in on them. Whereas Invisible Woman's job is to just keep a general eye on everybody in the team. and keep them topped up when necessary, and then use their ultimate not only to hold a position and hold a fight, and turn the fight in their advantage for their team to win, but also using their ultimates as a swing. Honestly, this team is extremely cracked, because now you've got an anti-dive Vanguard who keeps your supports alive in the form of Emma Frost. In a team fight, Neil Peasants is stopping them from using some of the more annoying ultimates if they're a character that is susceptible to being knocked out of their ultimate and CC'd out of their ultimate with either the grab or a counter ult herself from across the field. Especially if you're doing it from out of vision with Invisible Woman's invisibility. Then you have a Venom who's diving in, disrupting, distracting, and executing the backline as best as they can on characters that are within one tap range. And for everybody else, holding enough pressure so that the Psylocke can then pick off those targets that are now being distracted by that Venom. And in the middle of that chaos, you've got a Cloak and Dagger that's healing people and occasionally switching between Dagger to heal and Cloak to deal damage while also using their ultimate to create damage field on the ground to push them out of the point so that they cannot try to hold with whatever linchpin that they have in their back pocket. And if all else goes to shit, you've got an Emma Frost there, you've got a Venom there, you've got a Psylocke there, you've got an Invisible Woman there, and you've got a Cloak and Dagger there with a Black Widow. Realistically, you could switch out the Black Widow for any particular DPS and still have an extremely powerful composition. You could switch out the Black Widow for a Moon Knight, and now you have a position fighter who is able to create zones of control and zones of DPS that disincentivizes the enemy from clumping together and hiding together. He changed that Moon Knight for a Bucky.
It's easier to pick off, by the way.
Yes. You switch that Moon Knight for a Bucky. And now you have somebody who can pull them into your team. And then, of course, everyone's personal favorite. Again! You switch that Bucky for a Spider-Man. Now you have 2 divers and 2 Vanguards. While those Vanguards are doing their job, one Vanguard, Venom, can go in with your divers and create chaos for the other 3 to support themselves into. Then, the dive that will come for your backline is disabled by Emma. They will need to have more than 1. And, unfortunately, 3 is a bigger number than 2. So that Spider-Man, that Magic, that dive character, whoever it is, needs to be strong enough, good enough, or capable of keeping themselves alive long enough to create value for that dive comp, because where you've got up to, I'd say, 2 people trying to dive the 3 people in the back line that's now being protected by a Vanguard designed to disable you and hold you still so that they can put their damage on you, disable you, knock you into walls, disrupt you, distract you, bounce you around like you're jumping in a fucking kid castle. You've got 3 people who are all over your team, giving them 19 inches of Venom and 11 inches of a katana. Right in that ass. No pause. No lube. And when you think it's almost not good enough and it's not done enough, all of a sudden, you still have to deal with the fact that a white woman is putting you against the wall. Switch it out with something like Mr. Fantastic. Now you have a self-sustaining bruiser who, while still being a duelist, can serve as an off-tank. And can serve as and can serve as a disable for those supports in the backline. The possibilities of a composition is endless, but the linchpins here are the strategists that you choose. If you change the strategists, you can change the playstyle, and you change how they affect the battlefield and how they create the chaos for the 4Ds of team fights to create a control mechanism for your team to release the pressure and increase the pressure on the enemy, and vice versa for the enemy. There are people who think that that is stupid. They hate it. I'm not the main carry. I'm not the main character. I don't have top damage. Garbage. Why would I ever want to do that? And this is what's caused that change to the system of Marvel Rivals. Elo scaling for competitive. Because the philosophy in Season 1 was dominate the enemy, don't give them room to breathe, and stick them on their spawn room. Try to do this now. The tempo change, the tempo swap, will actively introduce entropy into your matches. Where, if they are capable of finding a counter for your team, that ultimate is coming back 30% faster. If you're the one that's dominating, your aim starts to be given increased dramatic dynamic bloom. Your screen shakes more. randomly because the game said it's time for you to lose. You have to be more rewarded for your interpersonal microplay, that rather than an over-domineering and cookie-cutter macro play. The most effective tactic available, the meta, now becomes the most effective tactic available at the moment, Matam. And instead of the top-down idea that this content creator who is known for playing Warlock is the GOAT, his Bible is what must be followed. This character that is played by this meta Elo streamer who's abusing them is the Bible and it must be followed. They have created a dichotomy where the support players do not feel understood or appreciated. And instead of treating them like they are people, they treat them like they are afterthoughts. And so what has happened as a result of them doing this is that those players have left Marvel Rivals. Or they're just playing a different game entirely until this behavior changes and improves. Blame whatever it is you think would be most likely as the thing to blame, but they are sick and tired and done with the shit. They are 100 sick and tired of that shit. Yes, what?
So we're talking about, obviously, the Marvel Rivals support strike.
Yes.
You know how that came to be, right?
There are people who are putting it on that one streamer, Necros, saying it's the easiest support role in the game. And then there's people who have been responding to him saying, okay, if it's so easy, main support for a season and show us how it's done. But I think it's more that they are feeling devalued because the amount of variance that has now been injected into the game is not rewarding those players for playing those roles, as well as the still general attitude of the narrative of people treating them like dog shit and saying they don't deserve to have rights if they go that route. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing, of course, being that they're... I'll be very honest. He's being a fucking shitter, for obvious reasons. He's a lock-in, die-hard Spider-Man main who will instantly dive and then complain, bitch and moan that he himself is not getting enough heals. If the fact, and we already discussed this, if the fact that you're diving and you are like, oh, why am I not getting any heals? Bitch, you're far away from the healers. Understand where the fucking health packs are, and then understand that you are going in lone wolf. You can't just be, oh, well, I need to be healed all at the same time, because now you're just getting the fucking Genji fucking syndrome. And that's fucking ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. It's a problem in every video game that has a relevant system. Again, we've all heard me bitch about it. We've all heard myself and Horror talk about it. We've heard myself and Marcus, and even when we talked to Dax about this. And it's the sheer fact that it's what pushes people from playing the video games. Because there is an inherent expectation that you will want to learn how to play the video game. There's no getting away from that. You are expected to try to put some level of investment into your time playing so that you can prove that you know how to play the game at some particular basis, quality, or junction. There's no getting away from that. There's no unexpected understanding of that. But what has clearly transpired with Marvel Rivals is you have people that have gone out of their way to be the biggest assholes to everybody involved. And they do not want to take accountability for the fact that they have done so. Stupid, like, to stupid effect, even. So, the only correct response, the only way to resolve this concern is to address the people who have caused it. Not just the situation, but the sentiment that support doesn't matter, healers don't matter, the support playstyle is easy, it's so simplified, I don't understand why you people act like it's so goddamn difficult. You just have one job, if you can't do your job, that's not my problem. Clearly the result is to handle those people, but those people aren't even able to argue for their own obsolescence. They're just there, existing in the game, saying, listen, I know what I'm talking about. If you disagree with me, you're just a bad player. Type shit. Being the most obnoxious people to play the game ever. And there's no getting around them because of this attitude that they have. It's just endemic to the game. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't have that attitude amongst people playing. Because what keeps them in the game? What's supposed to keep them involved with the player base? If you treat them like dog shit, of course they're going to leave. What reason do they have to stay? You don't give them one. If I'm going to get flamed by somebody who decided that I'm too dog shit to learn how to play the video game correctly, I'm just going to go play a different game. I've said it multiple times. I'm going to go where I am loved and appreciated, not like hated and tolerated. I would rather throw 1,000 hands of Balatro than sit there playing League of Legends, being flamed by people who do not understand the philosophy of the fundamentals of the game. Because where you say Exocrusher, Strategist is just playing a hardcore 4X amplitude type title. It's not like playing Civilization. It's more like playing the proper RTS that it is. But you're playing it in real time. Just like in playing a RPG, or playing an MMORPG, or an MMOARPG, you have to play the role of a healer, whose job it is to keep people's DPS up, keep people's defenses up, keep their buffs down and low, keep their cooldown timers reset, if you have a tool that lets you reset them, and basically act as the utility of your team. And there are people who do not respect that role for what it is, because they do not understand the sheer skill gap that is there. To the point where people have to remind them, I control whether you live or fucking die. Stop being annoying to me. Because what the supports don't want to do is they don't want to be put in a situation where they will be blamed for toxicity. Whether or not they feel that it's an unfair form of toxicity, they don't want to be put in a position where they're blamed for toxicity. They don't want to be put in a position where the expectation is, oh, my support sucks. Oh, you think I suck? Well, I'm going to leave the match. Play by yourself. I will say, first off, that I'm the first one that will do that. 100%. Guilty as charged.
I actually have a story about that.
Oh, really?
Would you like me to share?
Sure.
Yes, Exocrusher. Don't mess with the white mage. Because... but we're getting off topic with that. I played Overwatch 2, actually, a few weeks back. Because I played with some friends of mine. It's not the greatest game, and I fucking atrociously hate it because there's a lot of really questionable things in it that I don't agree with. Obviously, aside from Blizzard. But I decided to play support because I can play support. One of the players, we had a tank, and because of how role queue is made, you get a 5v5. You get one tank, 2 supports, and 2 DPS. One of the DPSs was being heavily targeted, and I was in comms with her. And the entire time, she got hooked, she got pulled, she got immediately eviscerated. And it happened every single time. And then after the game, she started flaming me and saying, you're just fucking bad, you're bad, you should have used this, you should have used that. How am I supposed to save you when you're getting pulled so far away from me that my immortality field, because I was playing Bastille, or whatever his name is, that I can't reach you. I cannot reach you. I cannot do anything if you're getting pulled and getting targeted. I can't save you if you're the one that's getting constantly fucking snatched from us. I need to be within a certain range of you. See where I'm going with this? Hello?
Yes. I thought you were directing that towards Exocrusher, not me. But yes.
Oh, no. I'm just saying this as a whole overall. This is the story that I'm talking about. So I'm sitting there hearing this, that, oh, you're just bad. You have suboptimal healing. And it's like, I'm sorry that, a majority of the time that I see that, people are trying to instantly kill you and I'm trying to help you, and then you get snatched away from me, or you are far away from me, so therefore I cannot heal you, is causing me to have less than like X amount of healing. But that's just how the cards are. Don't come at me saying that, you know, oh well, you're just bad at the game. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Say that I'm bad, say that I'm fucking terrible. Doesn't change the fact that you still died like a bitch. And that you are just mad that you got targeted and our tank did nothing. That's how it works. That's how life is. You're going to get fucking smashed in the face from time to time. I can't help you in that regard. That is my story.
Mm-hmm. It goes along with the point of why it's important that people understand the scope of what is in front of them and what they have to deal with their team members in these games that people are playing. There's a reason why there's constant exhaustion with the amount of content that is just simply there, the dearth of the content that is simply there in all the fucking video games that we're playing. People are being the utmost, biggest dog shitters to each other. And they're not being rational about the fact that the reason this shit is going on is, like, they don't have lots of ways to really address the fact that you're at the mercy of how good your team is. Like, I know it. Some other people know it. But they really don't get that they're really at the mercy of their team. And if the team decides, oh, well, I'm not going to save you, I'm not going to work with you, I'm not going to help you, I'm leaving you to your, like, I'm leaving you to fate, I'm letting you die. They sell you, they sell you. And there's no way around it, bro. If they sell you, they sell you.
That's the often grandest issue about playing most team-based games was like some of the people I play with, is that I've noticed that a lot of them want to be the guy, or try to be the guy in some way, shape, or form. And because they want to be the guy, they will do things that are profoundly selfish. And I've seen this in every single team-based game I've played with everybody that I've met. The only person to this exception is one of my oldest high school friends. And him and I will fucking army of two that shit as best we possibly can, even with people dragging their damn heels. But that's just how life is. People will do profoundly selfish things, even though it, you know, is really just fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm. I find it to be big swing. I find it to be a very interesting interaction that ends up happening between people whenever this comes up. Half the time that a game allows for you to have that person on that team, and where you can actually hear their comms and see whether or not they understand where you're coming from. That event that happened to me in that engagement inside of Helldivers 2, for example, where that guy got upset at other members inside the lobby with the explosions happening to him. I can't control where the explosions are happening. They aren't trying to kill you outright. They're clearly working together with you. It's a PVM game. You are in control, and you control the reaction that you give to the event. If they were doing it to fuck with him, and he felt that he was being targeted, the only thing that I can do in that instance is just try to ameliorate the situation as best as I possibly can. I can't do anything more but that, and never the twain shall meet. Right? If he feels like he's getting fucked over, the only thing you can do is say, hey, I don't appreciate the fact that I feel like I'm getting fucked here. Like, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or not. Can you please stop killing me like this? And then they talk it out, and they come to a conclusion of saying, hey, bro, it's not personal. It didn't do it on purpose. It happened accidentally. I'm going to try to do better. And you move on from there. But the ego is too high. It will not let them say, no, you didn't try to do it on purpose. or no, you did do it on purpose, you were trying to fuck me, fuck you. They can't control it. They can't control it. So then, the question that we come away with is, how do you address the fact that you've got people behaving like this, acting like this, and going on with shit like this, where you can get to a point where people understand they get the concept. They understand that the problem isn't that, well, mobile games are bad, single-player games are good, the marketplace is cooked. It's no, there's an attitude amongst the people that are in these games that they feel that their way of playing is the one that should be respected and understood. Their way of getting involved is the only way and is the only modicum that matters. They should be appreciated. They should be glazed. They should be given what they desire. Any person that does anything to the opposite of this is clearly just a hateful big monster. They don't understand what they're supposed to be doing. Type shit. And never the twain of logic shall meet in between from whomever is to be involved with what it is you could talk about. No consideration, no deeper understanding. I want what I want, and fuck everybody else who won't let me have what I want. It is the biggest dog shit, and it is the most annoying attitude to play with in any particular video game you could play. For some of these people, they probably don't do it intentionally, but it is annoying as fuck when it happens, and it doesn't make it acceptable when it does happen, because it is clearly a choice. It is clearly a choice. And just because it is a choice you make doesn't mean it's the only choice you can make. In most cases, these people need to get a fucking hug. But they don't get fucking hugs. So, we're at the mercy of those people. We're at the mercy of the attitude and the playstyle and the concept. And until you can improve the concept and improve the situation that you end up in, you still are at the mercy of those players of the video game and how they choose to engage with interaction with other people. It's a dog shit outcome, no matter what you do and no matter how you look at it, but it is what it fucking is. We wish that it was not that way, but it is that way. So, until we figure out some type of collective, unified decision to make when it comes to addressing these kinds of attitudes and these kinds of opinions of people that we're dealing with, it's pretty much up in the air. If you end up coming across somebody like this, you're at the mercy of whether or not they want to act like a grown adult. If they decide that they're going to be mature and they're not going to act like a grown adult, pray that they get banned. That's all I can tell you. Pray that they get banned. Pray that when they get their ban, they're told explicitly, the reason you were banned is because you are a horrible human being. Find a new game to play. And then you never have to think about them again. But unfortunately, that's not the case. That's not how it tends to work out at all. It tends to go the opposite way. They tend to get told that they're justified in their actions and in their results and in their outcomes. And they're treated as though the only way for them to think about and behave is like this, where the reason they are justified in their actions is because they were told that they were God's special little snowflake and they could never do any wrong. And the moment that they are given the opportunity to learn, goddamn, two holochromes, I am high-decking. The moment that they are given a chance to learn from their consequences, in one ear, out the other. Doesn't matter. In one ear, out the fucking other. Humanity is no longer a choice. It's no longer an option. You are no longer a human to them. You don't get to have human rights. When you're in the moment and it happens to you, it's hard to describe. But it's like you forget where you are for a moment. And you realize, oh, I'm playing a video game where I'm hated. And it sucks all of your energy out. It sucks all of your entertainment and your energy out. You feel like, well, why am I fucking playing this game? I'm gonna go play a different game because at least I'll play a video game where I'm satisfied and I'm in control of what I can do. I'll play a video game where my opinion and my choices matter. Know what I mean, chat? Anyways. I will send you back to the audience just for a moment, and I'm gonna flip my dice. Where's my dice? Where's my dice? My dice is up there. I'm gonna flip my dice. I'm gonna assign a random number to each of the people waiting. Here's my D3. Here's my D4. No. Okay. Aqua gets to go first. Hello, Aqua.
Howdy.
Not gonna help you.
I have to. Hold on a second. I first want to say thank you for playing that Kingdom Hearts mix. I feel so appreciated. I knew that'd be a good fucking mix to play.
You're welcome.
But my major question that I wanted to ask, because I actually did like that discussion on power scaling, but it was something I've been thinking of for the last while. Granted, it doesn't relate to this, just it's a bit off topic from gaming and more streaming in general. I've been thinking of the last week or so, because my friend Smokes also streams occasionally just playing games. I wanted to do something like it, because I know I've brought it up beforehand, but what are, because I got a notepad up, what would be specific things I should take note of before jumping into something like YouTube, streaming on something just like YouTube? Just specifically, if I had to pick a first place, I would choose YouTube, because I don't want to jump into something like Twitch. That seems a bit...
What is the things that you should be recommended to look out for if broadcasting to YouTube? Audience analytics. Audience analytics. That's probably one of the first things you'll probably want to look into, is your audience analytics.
Okay.
When you first start out, it's gonna feel really good, and then feel really bad if, when you try to start a live stream, you see that you are streaming to 0 viewers, and that in streaming to 0 viewers, you're streaming to 0 viewers because you have not built up an audience yet, and feeling that the lack of an audience that you have yet to gain is the result of you being a failure. This is going to be a very big thing that will come up very frequently when you think about this on the long term of any of the things that you could have come up in front of you at any particular time where it is relevant as a broadcaster. There are going to be times where you're going to feel like, it won't be true all the time, but you will feel like you're a failure because you don't think that you're making enough headway, or you're gaining enough ground, or you're building fast enough equal to the amount of effort that you're putting in. You are not promised success, but that does not mean that the lack of results is indicative of a failure on your part to deal with that income and increase. So, when looking into those numbers for yourself and others, you have to keep in mind that the numbers are reflective of the people who are showing up, not the people who haven't showed up. So, your involvement with the content that you do is going to be a result of how you communicate that divide that will happen as a result of that engagement. When you first start out, when you first start making content, and you've nailed all the other things down, you know what you're going to do, you know how you're going to do it, you know how you're going to manage it, You know how you want to communicate the interest of the things you're doing. You have all that shit nailed out. You have it honed down and fine to a T. Audience metrics are the number one thing, if not the only thing. And the reason why there will be a thing for you to concern yourself with is that those numbers are the numbers you live and die by, but not so much to the point that it is a thing that's going to put you into choice paralysis. Because when we talked about this before, I told you that choice paralysis is the thing that is going to be the death of your career. It is the mind killer. Choice paralysis is the mind killer. You sit there, you ask yourself, what am I going to do today? What am I going to do for content? What am I going to be doing in front of my audience? What's the ideas? What's the concept? What's the content? This is why we have community group gaming. It's why we have casual colored memes. It's why we have the Afro Parlor. It's why we have the Afro Pick. It's why we had exceptionalism the way that it was before we put it behind the ID verification system. It's the reason why the community is now 18+. It's why in Current Event Station for Printing Press Express and all the other podcast ideas and the threads that can be made about concepts and about entertainment and TV and gaming and body politics, or in the gamers section about whatever video game people decide that they're going to start playing actively for whatever channel. Right now, the Once Human channel is there, the PoE 1 and PoE 2 channels are there, the D&D character sheets for people who want to play Path of Exile or D&D together is there, the play test for that one thing you guys were testing inside the server for that video game concept you had is there, the section that originally was for Phantasy Star Online 2 is there, the 5 different general VCs are there, and the podcast ideas and the Printing Press Express is there for that purpose. That's the content that I go off of to make material and the influx of audience engagement that we use to make the content that I do. I know that my content that I want audience engagement and interaction. That's why I designed Yap-In. That's why I designed the system of Yap-In. All of that is the funnel, and they are blinders. Anything that is not in the viewpoint of my sightline does not exist and matter to me until I am done with the thing I'm dealing with. Because the way that I do my content, you guys help fund and you help pivot the direction we go in. Whether it's something I find, something that horror finds, something that you guys find, or something that inspires a conversation or content that we encourage each other to do. However we go about the material and the work is representative of the goal that I want to achieve with my work. I do not put out content to go viral in the sense that I put out material that then gets clicked on and shared with multiple people at any one point in time, because that's the way that I do things. It is me doing something in my interest and bringing everyone the opportunity to join in with me doing that thing. I could be entertained by myself. Ergo, part of my philosophy, as we all know, is that I do not broadcast because I want to entertain people explicitly. I broadcast because I'm entertaining myself, and I'm giving everybody else the opportunity to come along with me to join the ride to do that entertainment. The value of the entertainment is the value of the knowledge that I can give, the value of the interactions that I can have, the value of the video game that I'm playing, or of the content that I'm consuming, the critique that I give of the work, and the intellectual property that is the argumentation I create or the logic that I create to explain in layman's terms, as simple or as complex as I can, the overview of content creation. That is what I exist for. That is my goal. That is my job. That is my business. 1 second. I need to go do something. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yep.
So, in that way, when you find whatever it is that you're going to do, you will get to your first stream, and you will see that number of 0 viewers. And you will think, well, where do I go to from here? How do I go from 0 viewers, 0 subs, to Carl's numbers? Or to Asmongold's numbers? And it's the same answer. Everybody starts from 0. Because you're a member of this audience and community, you already have a built-in audience that will come check your shit out. So the first answer is,
Thankfully.
how do I go from 0 to 1 has already been done. And with my favorite writer of the Weiwa era, the step there is how do you turn 1 to 2?
Right. How do you turn 2 to 10? 10 to 100. 100 to 1,000.
The goal from there is how do you get this ball rolling? How do you motivate yourself to keep making shit?
Momentum.
The general answer is your metrics. So, for yourself, I don't think this will be the case, although we'll use it as a framework because it'll help you, because you sometimes have a little bit of choice obsolescence to begin with anyways, just because, you ask questions. You're not going to do something without getting a little information from people who can tell you, which is exactly the goal that we're supposed to have as content creators. You stand on my shoulders so that I can elevate you higher and fly faster than I can, because both of us getting there is the goal, but an objective for me is that if I somehow plateau and I don't increase from this number, my job is to help somebody else be their best self so they can become the successful content creator. Because if you win, I win. Because I influenced you to become that content creator. And what will be obvious with your audience metrics when you're first starting out with whatever it is that you're doing is that you're gonna come face to face with your dark passenger, which is gonna be your choice paralysis, taking the form of the imposter syndrome. You're gonna get up every day and try to get on your Sigma grind set, and you're gonna tell yourself, I'm not good enough. It's gonna be like the jet shot of Final Fantasy X. You're gonna have an internal you telling you that you can't do it, you're not good enough. And the thing that you have to do to yourself is you have to turn off any and all distractions that will make you think that the bit that you're doing doesn't land. This is very much like the routine of how to become a better stand-up comedian. The only way you can get rid of stage fright and you can get rid of the awkward pause of waiting for someone to laugh to your joke is to deal with repetition. You have to work the fear out of you. I can do what I can do, and I'm who I am because that's how I've done shit. This is on years and years of customer service and customer servitry. So, what almost all of us have done, or did, is that we told our imposter syndrome, if I don't get above this arbitrary number, then I will quit and I will do something else. Because the reason why people fall off, I was talking to Spirit about this last night. The reason why streamers fall off and disappear, or more exactly at the end of that broadcast that we were doing on the catch-up of the Content Cop drama, the reason why you could not bring content creators like Bunty King or Mouthy Buddha or the skeptics and the anti-woke counter-skeptics of yesteryear from the garbage human VidCon moment, from the Kyrgyzstani flag picture, the reason you could not bring some of those content creators back is because they're not fit for suit and form and function in this time period, which is the first problem. But the actual second problem is that they will have fallen off and they will not be able to be relevant to the content that needs to be done because they will not be able to compete with the people that exist in that zeitgeist at that time that it is relevant. They will not be able to compete against someone like you or someone like me because we are now existing in an era where they would have to play catch up with all the other fucking drama to get a word in edgewise about whatever material is happening. That's the problem of the algorithm and of the algorithmic analytics being as they are. It's an attention economy. And unfortunately, some of the content creators, we can use Matt Jarbo as an example, Mr. Boulder Boy, they are not seen as relevant content creators because they have clearly fallen off. They've fallen on hard times, and the only way that you can drum up attention to bring relevancy to your channel is to insert yourself into some type of drama or be a person recapping the drama for other people who are uninformed. Become Boblax, read the tweets, detail the drama, explain it to people who do not know, and become a part of their daily routine. I can tell you all, from my own metrics, that I know exactly when you all watch me, I know how long you watch me, I know what you watch, I know what types of content you watch of my material, and I know when you're watching it, and when you're online. These are all metrics that they give you in the back end of YouTube. It tells you when your users are online. It tells you the type of content that they watch of you, if they watch videos, shorts, or lives. It tells you the times of day that they're accessing the content. It shows you the view curve dynamically in real time, and it also shows you the incline and decrease of the actual momentum of the clip. If the clip basically gets the views that it gets because it's amongst your audience, if you were to look at it from the number basis of a person who only cares about the numerical number go up, the same way that you can see I'm doing in Balatro, you're trying to pivot constantly to figure out what's the best technique and the best tactic that gets you the best revenue return. And in this way, the direct result of what would happen is that you would end up becoming a grifter. Not to the number definition of a grifter, like you're York Torch Gaming, you're Smash JT, you're Mark Kern, out here trying to get enough attention as possible. You would end up more like Hirohei, Rev says Desu, V.
Okay.
You would end up as a culture warrior, because you'd be fighting for attention about whatever happens to be the biggest story that leads and bleeds. So you would end up talking about gamer shit. You'd end up de facto having to have an opinion about Short Fat Otaku and whether or not you think that Short Fat Otaku is a cuck. You would fall afoul of all of the interpersonal politics of people behaving in a server, in a group community server, in an event, in a crossover event, in a conversation. You would have to worry about holding your tongue with people who are bigger than you. Because what if you disagree with them on something that even though you know that you're right about it, you rub them raw because, my ego's been bruised. How dare you speak to me, lower level content creator? Don't you know that you're just a lower level figure Andy? And there goes your ability to build your content. You become a clout shark doing this because the metrics, as metrics are, if you have no scruples, you have no morals, pushes you in the direction of doing whatever happens to be the biggest pop. If you use the platforms correctly, you use Twitter to learn about the details about a news topic that you could potentially make content on. If you choose to use all three methods, you make a live stream about a topic that you researched. Then, after researching that topic, you go to the VOD from your Twitch stream that has your viewers. Let's assume the number is always 0. People do not watch you on the Twitch platform because they think Twitch is stupid and you don't have enough of an audience for them to have translation crossover, and they prefer YouTube as the main platform. And you're multi-streaming on at least 2 of those platforms, assuming that you don't pay Twitter Premium so that you can be able to use Twitter Blue/X Premium to stream as a broadcaster. Because in order for you to broadcast on X, you have to have a premium subscription. At minimum. Not a Premium Plus, which is the more expensive one. You have to at least be giving $8 a month. Thanks, Destiny!
Right. Thanks, Destiny.
You do a live stream on YouTube, and you're simulcasting it on Twitch. Even with the 100-hour VOD system that now exists for highlights, you have your stream on YouTube. Boom. That's one impression. The main word here is impressions. You have the impression of your YouTube stream. You go to your Twitch, and then you pull the VOD of that stream, and you start cutting segments. You can do it as a whole segment. You can then do it as smaller cut segments. However you choose to do it, the sky is the limit. Maybe from one live stream, you get 5 segments about 5 different topics. But all of those topics are interchangeably woven together. Maybe 3 topics about the same thing, and it's about the developments of a story. And then you have a single moment of Zen topic for fun. You take out clips that you think are good, or moments that you think are good from those shorts. So, for the bosters of the chat, you're there watching, and you find funny, memeable, clippable moments that you can be able to take from the broadcast that can be turned into memes, alerts, GIFs, and inspiration for fan art that then becomes culture of your audience. At the same time, 2, taking clips of those shorts that you can then make out of those moments, you download those and upload them onto things like TikTok. But in this case, since we're using YouTube as the main platform, you download the video of this material, and then you take that video, you take it into the editing suite, you clean it up, you add a little bit of some frills and bells and whistles, maybe some music there to make the bit go, if you prefer doing it that way. I choose to do it the way that I've always done my Carl posts, which is with the insane energy of a crackhead, and then music already in the clip. I don't need to add music because there's already music there because I have a playlist for them. That's half of what I do with my music. I always pick out music and I see whether or not that strikes against the ID system. Yeah, or most of us don't have the energy for this, and half the time, whenever I don't set aside time to edit, I don't do this. But I don't have the money to pay for editors like I did before. The consequences of not having a Fortune 500 job anymore. But you take that clip from the side, at minimum, if you do nothing else, you take the VOD, you put it into your editor, you clean up the extra sections that are not relevant for the part that you want, and you put out maybe a 30-minute video that you have extra footage that you've recorded, and then you take your stream clips for context, and you put that in a video, and you put that on your channel. Or you have an even shorter clip of a 5-minute summary of something that is in meme format, and you post that on your Twitter, and that possibly goes viral. Or you make an even short version. You make a 2-minute, I think it's up to 3 minutes now, but my brain's saying 2 minutes 30 seconds. You make a YouTube short that's at least up to 2 minutes and 30 seconds long, and now you have a short on your channel to go alongside the video of that topic and of the live stream of that topic. So now you've got a short referring to the stream that might refer back to the live stream. You have the video cut of the live stream VOD, and then you have the raw live stream for the people who either hear, as we do, rewatch the live stream VOD, or simply want the no bells, no whistles, zero frills, minimal fat breakdown of the topic. Just meat and potatoes. What you do with your analytics at that point, and what you do to your internal agency as you're looking for material, is you say to your dark passenger, your imposter syndrome, says, you're dog shit. You can't blow up. None of your content is worthy being watched. And you say to them, I will stop streaming if I don't get a single view on my live stream. You start with a very simple number. It could be 1, it could be 10. For you, start with views. And then for live stream aggregate, go to at least maybe 5. 5
Okay, I was gonna
viewers.
say like maybe, like a handful. If I could get like a handful, that'd be probably reasonable.
Realistically, the CCV of having at least 5 people show up in a chat room is a extremely powerful number if you're thinking in metrics of Twitch, but we're thinking in metrics of YouTube. At this exact moment of this broadcast, there are 16 of you
15, 16,
listening to me right now. So if you were me, and you were where I was at the beginning of where my channel started turning around and getting more popular around 900 subs, when I had that one fan make that video that included my take about blackwashing. I think it was like 921 subs.
I think I remember that one. Although that might have been... Actually, no, because I was only around when you first got 2.2k, so I don't know if that was a newer video that someone made, or that was like from years ago. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I know what you're talking about.
It's from the COVID era. It's on the Carl...
I see.
It's on the single player Carl Live channel. The one that I'm talking about.
Okay, that might have been from years ago. I don't know.
It's possible. Callum would know because Callum was around editing at that time, as was Space Choicer. What you would say to yourself is, I have 1 subscriber and I have 1 watcher, and it's my mom. Your imposter syndrome says you're a dog shit content creator. Give up and fall off your horse. You say
Well, hell, wasn't that like what happened in early YouTube? That's what a lot of early YouTubers had. It's like, they just had some of their friends, they had themselves and like their mom watching.
Yes.
That was their beginning, but after a good maybe few years where they just kept going, then the momentum really started to kick, and after another year, that's when they kind of blew up and everyone started taking notice. But on the back end and from after years of work, like that's a lot of momentum they would have to generate. A lot of electricity had to be put on like a hamster wheel crank. Now they have that nuclear power silo to generate their electricity, so to speak.
Yes, correct. And this is where a lot of people fall off their horse, because they try to compare themselves to the YouTube creators of old. The system has never been the same for any person coming up. You're trying to compare yourself to people who are basically nepotistic nepo babies that come from families that had nepotism put them where they are. So if you try to compare yourself and your growth rate to those kinds of content creators, you're literally comparing yourself to Hassan Piker. If it wasn't for Chunked Yogurt, he would not be where he is. Period.
Chunk yogurt.
And it's less likely to hit the algorithm if you're not giving what the algorithm wants. And what the algorithm really wants is it wants that long-form content that's anywhere from an hour and 30 minutes to maybe 3 hours maximum about a particular piece of content that people like. It's
I
more...
usually watch longer than that.
It's more...
That's just me.
It's more likely to blow up depending on what type of content you are making, and it's more likely to be more relevant depending on whether or not the metadata of your channel is aligned in a way to continually serve you to the people who are watching your material. But let's use common sense and remove the algorithm that YouTube currently has from the equation. You say to yourself, I have 1 sub and I have 1 viewer. I want to grow. So, if I don't get 1 extra sub within a 30-day period, I will work a day job. And I will simply do it as a hobby on the side. The trick in your analytics is as you put out that content of whatever it is you're doing, you slowly pay attention to what attracts your audience. Not attracts a audience, what attracts your audience. If you go the route of being a cozy streamer, you already know what your audience is there for. They want to vibe, they want to chill, they want to hang out, they want to feel like it's an open air environment where they don't feel that they'll be punished for speaking up or talking about something. Like, for example, I'm about to say a glacially hot topic, and how Horror Reacts tells me whether or not this is an extremely hot topic. SMT3 is a gacha game. If you know that your audience is there for a cozy environment, they're not going to react well to your content if all of a sudden you start posting clips of yourself playing Marvel Rivals and being a sweat. Doesn't mean that it won't blow up. Doesn't mean that you can't find success with it. And doesn't mean that you'll find members of your audience that can become congruent with that content if you tell them ahead of time that you're going to be doing it. If you surprise them with it, like a jump scare, it may or may not blow up for you. But if it's within the lines of what you expect for them, and you try to tell them, we're just going to be playing Marvel Rivals, I'm playing the game for the first time, I'm learning the character, I'm playing quick play, I'm playing with the audience, come in, let's have some fun. That audience can react to your content and will work well based on the way you built yourself. If you make yourself into someone like me, who's following right now the Asmon Gold method, where I cover current events, and I also deal with audience engagement and interaction, and I foster the environment where people can bring things to my attention, and then I can address them, and then I give my take about them. This is a cycle where you can have the best of all worlds involved. In most cases, people would say the best of both worlds. So you have the people who want the cozy content and the people who want the hype beast drama content, where they are hearing the world opinion that then goes viral on Twitter and then gets picked up by an article that's been written by a person who hates your content because they hate who you are as a person. This material, it can be hit or miss because it all lives by the attention of the people who are engaged in your work. If you have an audience of 1 and you make viral content, you still only have the reach of the audience of 1. Unless you post it in a place where you can find more people who will see your opinion and react against your opinion. Assuming that they pay attention to it and they care enough about the words that you said to have an emotional reaction to then write off your stimuli a response to what you said. So even if you have a channel that is only 1 sub, only 1 audience member, if your reaction gets a reaction out of Markiplier to talk about horror games, you've achieved a goal that most people could not achieve. That's just basic virality and reach. And then, of course, you have the Dr. Disrespects, and the Shrouds, and the Tim the Tatmans, and the Nick Mercs. Which is to say, you have the hypebeast streamers. Whether they be a single focused content creator, or it be a variety streamer, like that of Idjit, or that of Co-Carnage, or fucking Pirate Software. Those content creators have multiple things going on. For Pirate Software, Thor has his hacking stuff going on. He's a big fan of puzzle games. He's a big community streamer that's running his Ferret Sanctuary and has all that content coming in for charity. He's got the TTS where he reacts to people's clips. He's just a clip farmer at the end of the day, honestly. And as a clip farmer, he's doing all the metadata of all that shit I described earlier. He's making the streams, he's doing the videos, he's making the tweets. Whenever drama comes up, he puts his response to the drama in a video so he doesn't have to relitigate the problem multiple times on stream. He's able to have his opinion about the drama, he's able to have his opinion about the game, separate from the drama. He's able to address any particular rumors going around about him and addressing them as they are, truthfully, so that he never has to address the problem on the stream, so that if somebody comes in trying to raid and create problems based on an event, he knows that he doesn't have to address it, he can let his moderators handle it, and if he has to make a personal statement, he can deal with it directly himself. All of these methods, as well as the ones I didn't mention, like going the route of a VTuber, choosing to be a big clout shark in the form of drama baiting and drama posting, whatever happens to be interesting, going the way of Kino Casino and being a milker who milks drama and just simply goes along with whatever the energy of the movement wants. You look into drama that people would otherwise feel would not be advertiser friendly, and you're ringing that cowbell just like fucking Austin is, and saying, yes, he's filtered! 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 However you choose to go about your content and your material, you make the deal with your Faustian demon, and you tell them, if I can't get above this number, then I will either take a break, quit, go on hiatus, or I will restructure how I do material. You look at those numbers on your aggregate, and you respond to the numbers on that aggregate. And what you're going to come back with is you're going to see, one, growth in some capacity. Because there's not going to be a case where 0 people watch you, right? Like, finding what content you want to do, it might take you maybe years to discover what... It might take you years to discover your inner star player, your salesman side, and your entertainer side. Because you have to wear multiple hats. Not everybody's a public-facing person, like me. Not everybody is ready to give the energy back of the hate people give to them, and thus learn how to learn on the spot on how to deal with problems. Even now, I'm not the best at it, simply because the way in which I choose to address shit is not the way that somebody like Horror would address shit, or the way that Horror and I address shit is not the way that you would address shit. Because I'm me, she's her, you're you, Struggler's him, Marcus is him, and Grace is her, and Saffronet is her, and some of us, we don't like engaging in that level of behavior, because it's just not natural, or it's not what we want to do. It's not what we want to be in the moment. But if we have to put the hat on, then we put the fucking hat on. And that's just dictation of content creation. And that's the je ne sais quoi. That's the quintessence that you can't teach, that ends up being responsible for why people feel like they don't deserve what they have. I went through it a lot with my material and work, because what people didn't see was the development that Jay and I went through, dealing with the biggest of my concerns and the biggest of my qualities that made it hard for people to watch my content. Because, yeah, I can be long-winded. I can be very, 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 very descriptive and contextual with what I explain. But I don't say a single goddamn thing without there being a reason behind it. Because I have a rich inner life, and thus I have a thought line that goes along with explaining it. But I can be very short-worded. I can be very short with my words and very cross with my tone and attitude. Simply because there are people that will always throw the allegation of yap at you when your job is to be informational. For myself and Horror 2, we are in the sphere of edutainment. I want to educate and I want to entertain and have fun at the same time. And doing so, this looks like I'm humping something. And doing so means that you have to be on 2 sides of your brain. You have to see the funny opportunity and recognize the funny opportunity, but you also have to call a spade a fucking spade. As I say, be a certified crash out. So, when Nick Rekieta is going through the news, I made the executive decision, when the podcast is running, and also individually after we put it on indefinite hiatus for now, that I'm not covering his drama. I don't want to do it. Because there are kids involved. I do not want to be a part of the cycle that would be responsible for him being off his game and possibly feeling like he'd do something very risky to himself or his family. And I just simply want there to be a resolution. That resolution finally came last week, where he will at least spend a month in jail as a part of sentencing, and then the rest of his time, 5 years probation, I believe. That's great. That's wonderful. If I choose to make content about that now, that's what I deal with. And if I were to have that conversation with my own imposter syndrome, I would have to tell myself, if this video gets at least 300 views, that's enough for me. Because as much as I'd love to have the videos that my content before with, say, She-Hulk, as much as I'd love for that to be popping off the way that it is for Jay with her material, it's an audience thing. I'm grassroots, just like she was, growing over time through effort. You're not going to see those numbers immediately. The only way to get those numbers immediately is for somebody to be injecting an audience into you. If you randomly hit a clip, and that clip's seen by Asmongold, and Asmongold says, hey everybody, you should go support this person's content on their channel, go give them a like, and give them a shout out, leave a comment, give a positive comment, and tell them that Asmongold sent you. If you use this methodology, that is how most of these people have grown rapidly over time, if not through the means of dick sucking. Metaphorical, political, or literal. The main goal being, you need to know who your audience is. It's necessary so that you can actually know how to filter for the culture of your audience. Because once you know who your audience is, you have to know how to build that audience. You gotta know where they came from. So, if you make a video about, let's say, Marvel Rivals, or you even make a video about my audience, you make a video about my time in single-player Carl's community, how I became a Carlist and devoted myself to the one true Carl. You would need to know...
Oh, Carl. The true Carl, nothing but the Carl.
You would need to know who was a part of your community before and after a particular point in your development. So for me, it'd be the Dad Carl arc. I think that's what year 11 is now. Carl as dad, and how this fat bean continues to lose as much weight as he's been losing, and bulking in ways that people haven't noticed, but it's there. Versus year 10 Carl, which is the head of the Crash Out Carl, where he is simply cutting whole swaths and cloths out of his audience. Versus all the other years of my evolution and growth, as I discovered what kind of content I wanted to write, sans the death of my friend. And as is for me, as is for every content creator, as is for you, no matter what platform you're on, you have to build that background and confidence and interaction with your fan base, because they are the lifeblood of your material. I joke when I say the one true Carlist, because I honestly did not know what to call you guys. I started with the idea of Floor Gang, and we just settled on Carlist because of the Book of Carl and the meme that was spawned from people making internal jokes as references. But content creators are like deities. We do not exist without our followers. You give us and grant us tribute. If you stop believing in us, if you stop praying to us, if you stop supporting us, we no longer exist. We make our money monetizing you, whether it be through the entertainment of keeping you entertained and then you throw dollars at my feet, whether it be I offer to do something for you as a project and then you support with your money to see that project come to fruition, which then elevates and spikes the money because you can see that I follow through on my projects. All of my parody videos, all of the Radio Carl parody shit, all of the crossover content I've done with mutuals and friends that I've gained over the years by being who I am, thus showing proof and social proof of concept so that you know that I'm a cool person because, oh shit, he's friends with this guy, and he's friends with this girl, and he's friends with this guy, and with this girl. And then, of course, collaborations between mutuals and friends. The non-stop crossovers that myself and Jay do frequently. All of this builds up that background and that knowledge. So you go from being a corner-side temple on the road to being a denomination temple with a whole brick and mortar building. And
The whole parish, the whole cathedral.
Correct. It's a very hard and arduous and long road that starts with passion for your projects that is returned in spades by your audience members. If your audience members don't believe in you, you have to believe in you. And that's a hard thing to explain to a person because unlike a video game, you can't force this. You can't force it. It's not like the video game I'm currently playing. You cannot put the numbers in front of you and decide that the content that you're using is Gonna change things. Thank you, Exopressor, for your tithe and offering. May the Carl bless you. With big fat booty bitches. You cannot
Stale in the cookie.
control
But fresh in the cream.
the way that the content works out. You can only be able to dictate what is directly in front of you within that realm of control. Everything within, nothing without. And that's just how it is. As much as you would want to be able to change it, you cannot. Damn, I'm strong. You cannot change it for whatever factor you would desire to. Because you can't make people like you.
Right. People actually have to like you, or even learn to like you for something.
Yes. You can't just be a content creator for 5 years and then buy an influence boost that then makes you a more relevant person.
Yeah.
You gotta get it in the dirt, like everybody fucking else.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people who cannot handle that fact. Most of them are bitches. Most of them are bitches. They cannot handle it either because they do not appreciate where they come from. They cannot handle it because they do not like the fact that they cannot get a benefit where everybody else could. They do not like the fact that that particular benefit for them and for others is dependent on multiple factors that are usually out of people's control. They do not like that because those factors are outside of a person's control, that it means they are forever cooked. However, it works out when it works out. There are those that just inherently hate people for one reason or another, that they are jealous of the things that they do not have and of the things that they do not want, that they wish they could use a button that injects relevance into their careers, into their strings, into their jobs, and they are perpetually jealous of what they can do or would do with a group that they can interact with. By that I mean, in the way that this sounds, because it sounds like I'm going in a circle, what I'm trying to describe is that there are people that are angry that they cannot press a button and steal my audience for themselves. Take away the monies and dollars from all of the lower level people who don't matter and give it to somebody who should have a chance. They don't want to get it from the duds. They want to be given a buy-in. And they haven't earned the right to feel entitlement. Really, none of us ever earn entitlement, but it can be a painful experience where you get told time and time again that you can't have the things that you believe you've worked hard for and deserve because you put in the time, you put in the effort, and the world said no. You didn't want it hard enough. It is an unfair experience that many people get put through all the time. I know when it was happening to me, I hated it when it happened to me. But it is an unfair experience that no matter your investment and your involvement, it is no one's fault but your own. Which seems like a really bullshit idea to put it, but it is nobody's fault but your own. You are only as successful as you are thirsty. And so, your success falls on you. And it also falls on your audience. Which is a very confusing concept that not a lot of people get. Yay! I won with every deck on gold stake difficulty. Completionist plus.
I've never actually beaten Balatri yet. I would like... I try my damnedest.
Mm-hmm. The fact that your career is hitched to your audience is a thing that will cause people to destroy themselves. We saw how iDubbbz has destroyed himself with his Trolls Remorse. We've seen how leftist content creators, the Nebula niggas, and the Twitch debate bros, Destiny himself, the king of the debate bros, have destroyed their audiences, terraformed their audiences, and transformed themselves into something different to get away from how fucked all of them are collectively as a group when it comes to their material. Now let's see if I can go infinite. They are permanently stuck in a position that they don't want to be in because that is the nature of the shit that they're dealing with. Whether or not they like that that's the reality is immaterial to the fact that that is where they are. They can't blame anyone else but themselves for the positions that they're in. Because when it was good for the goose and the gander, they decided that it was more relevant to hate thy neighbor than appreciate thy neighbor. They decided it was more important to be toxic than it was to be a good person. And in this way, they created the backdrop for lots and lots of people to decide that their time is better spent on a better content creator that's worthy of their support. And while unfair for some people, it was not their personal problem or their personal vendetta that they had to settle and solve. Not their circus, not their monkeys. So, the result of this, and what that has wrought for those that are involved in that, is that when you start growing for the first time, when you really get down to business to defeat the Huns,
I was just about to say it.
you're gonna come across a lot of temptations to concern yourself with if you're doing the right thing right now, with the direction your career goes in. And your audience is a very big part of that influence. Because of course, you want to give your audience what they actually want, what they want to pay for, what they want to support. You don't want to make content that's boring to them, but you also don't want to do content that your heart's not in. When you start punishing yourself to do shit that you know you don't want to do because you're not feeling it, you're directly going to start making yourself feel like you have to be something you're not in order to get support from people who are there. And in that way, that material now falls afoul of your personal experience with your involvement with those people and how they feel about that content. That is the result, that is the problem, that is the reality of the business. It would be great if that were not the case, but it is. So, a lot of your contingent reality of the work you can give yourself to do is contingent on you understanding your audience as best as you possibly can. You have to understand your audience for who they are, for what they want to be, and get them with you across the finish line. Because through your audience, all things are possible. Technically, in most people's cases, when it comes to content creation, it's through money all things are possible, which is pretty much the winning point of Balatro. If you have enough money, you can literally do anything, because you can just literally, again, inject influence into your material. You don't have to worry about being considered a weaker content creator or a bad content creator. You can just simply make money off the back of the fact that you work with what you work with. And never the twain shall meet. Not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal. Because that's your audience you have to communicate with. So, the same way that I'm grateful that all of you are here, and you choose to engage with what I engage with. Aw, Megalag left. The same way that I'm appreciated that all of you all are here and choose to support me as you do, for whatever reason it brought you here, is not as important as making sure that I can prove that I'm worthy to deserve you being here. Most people would be tempted to say to keep you here, because I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose what effectively, if we're being honest, is a money resource. But it's not about monetizing people for money. It's about bringing people together with me to try and do something that I've never done before. And how we monetize that loop of that thing that I've never done before. And getting something out of it that we otherwise would not get. Ooh, brainstorm. If that is the thing that we end up focusing on, if that's the thing that's most important for me to worry about, nothing else fucking matters. Nothing else fucking matters. It can be hard to have perspective on that, but that's pretty much the viewpoint at the end of the day that matters most. You have to have your perspective, you have to have your mind in the right place, you've got to consider what you're dealing with, and then get to work. Get busy.
Mm-hmm.
You are only as successful as you will allow yourself to be. And it's gonna be the most painful experience of your life. Trying to stay invested and stay involved with the inner culture and the inner politics of your people. Yeah, what it is. But you can't get discouraged. So, that's like the first thing you'd work on. And yes, it took me that long to really nail that the fuck out, because this is really hard to describe without getting deeper into the nitty-gritty shit. But it does get easier. Ooh, plant. That's bad. It does get easier, but it also gets harder. So the first thing you have to solve is audience metrics. What's another thing that you're concerned with growing your material?
Oh shit. Well, it's more so the fear of possible either stagnancy or better competition. Because if I were to say, do something where it's like, I read through a book and we discuss it with people on, say, like a Discord call, and the entire stream is just me reading through a chapter, us discussing it, and then going forward. And that's basically like, and this could be like part one of the major stream, or the major content. It's just us going through the book and reacting to it. Part two is our actual thoughts on it. No different than what something like, if you were to say, like, EFAP Movies does with movies. But if they actually watch, like, because I think they watch the whole thing and then they pause and react to it. But then there's the other video where they'll discuss it, where it's like, oh, they watched all the most mainstream Disney versions of Snow White. Then there's the video afterwards where they talk about Snow White in general and the stuff that they did research on and their reflections upon both movies in comparison to one another, or what have you. Something like that is something I would not mind being like one of the major series, let's say, that I would try to put work on. Yeah, and yes, EXO, comparison is the killer of joy. It is. But I mean, it's more so what is, I guess that would lead into more of the concept of, well, what are people actually coming for you for? Because that's what you are here for. Because that's what they're here for, right? The thing that makes you stand out among the crowd, even if you gotta shout out loud. I'm being corny, but I hope I'm being salient. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, as you mentioned, comparison is the death of context. But the thing that best controls that that worry that you have is concerning yourself with the energy that your audience gives to you. The hate that you give is the love you get back. So, I know, thought-provoking deep. When horror picks at me with things that I could be concerned with, her correction is her protection and is her affection. So deep, profound.
It
I'm a
always
sick.
feels like
Yeah.
it always feels like a gut punch, but it's like it's like a love tap for her, from her perspective.
Yes, it was a thought provoked that was so fun. I'm gonna say it like fine wine. I'm gonna say it twice. Her correction is her protection. So the same way that my involvement with the server is dictated by me showing a deep understanding and appreciation of everyone here collectively. It is on us as a unit, together, changing things for the better and making things different for the better, because otherwise we're just a bunch of people with our dicks in our hand, just existing. So the goal would be that all this effort that we put into the shit that we want to get involved in and that we want to get into, all of that involvement starts from a place of love and joy. It's not done to make people feel a certain way or to be exclusionary. It is done from a place of love, because they want to see the thing that they are a part of grow. Usually when people
There's
think...
always growing pains, yeah.
Usually when people think of this phrase, they use it in consideration to relationships. A man and a woman in a relationship together. A man tries to speak to his wife about something that she asks him, but she didn't want advice, she wanted a shoulder to lean on. The man gets frustrated because he feels that he wanted to be able to give an input. The woman didn't necessarily want his input, but that doesn't mean that she's not appreciative of the input. So the man tries to explain, my correction is my protection. I don't want you to feel that I don't want you to voice your concerns. I want you to understand that I want you to have opinions, and I want those opinions to reflect the fact that you are looked after and that you are loved. If I fail at that job, if we collectively fail at that job, that is directly responsible to our collective involvement at being bad at our material work. We will have failed each other in that regard, if that's the place that we're going to, with any concern that we could have or give. It is my job to make sure that the concept is understood and appreciated, because my correction is my protection. I don't get angry about shit that is trivial for nothing. Some people might think that that's the case, but I don't see that as the case in the situations that I'm dealing with. If I'm concerned about a person besmirching the trust that we have in each other in this audience, it is because I do not want people to have the wrong influence or have bad influences on each other, for greater or for worse, because that is not what we came here to do. We came here to have fun, make dirty jokes, and laugh. If we cannot have fun, I've failed my fundamental job. So, from there, the goal is to work towards that outcome. Anything that fails that outcome is outside the specter of what I want going on in an audience like mine. Same thing with an audience like yours. So, you won't be considered failing your audience if there are just some concerns that you have with material that you do. Because your audience will tell you whether or not there's a problem. More than likely than not, they will tell you when they see a problem.
they'll community notes you if need be, which is like, it hurts, but you know what? I can't argue with that.
Mm-hmm. So you just have to.
The last thing I wanna,
Go ahead.
yeah, the last thing I wanted to ask with the last few minutes is if you had to give me like a strict, like just starting up streaming, like a bullet point of things you probably like should probably do beforehand before like I end up making a mess of myself and learning the lesson the hard way, like things you would want to tell yourself before starting out, like what would they be? Like audience metrics, that's one thing too. But starting out, it's like what would be, how do I word this? It's like lessons to learn before you learn them the hard way, and they hit you in the gut. Like things to seeds to plant before you start. I guess checking yourself before wrecking yourself. Like you make a mistake.
Everybody is not
If
your
that
friend.
makes any sense.
That's probably the first one. Everybody is not your friend. There are people who have bad intentions at all times that will trick you at niceties into feeling that you are one of them. And everybody's not your motherfucking friend.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, that's one. Two, sometimes you're gonna have to let go of the wrong friends in order to find the right friends. However you have to do it and however you have to manage it, you will have to accept that you have to let go of things that are not good for you. Because it is not optimal. For lack of a better word. You'll have to let go of them because they are not optimal. You'll have to let go of them because they are not relevant. You'll have to let go of them because they are not good for you. You'll have to accept that the problems that will befall you are the result of your trust and how you trust. And, well, any person who's watched my streams and any of the people who have tried to do things, you've seen those pitfalls live and in person. Handling that problem when it arises and being able to be strong enough to say, I don't give a damn who the fuck your friend is. I want you out of my face, out of my life.
Yeah.
It's a hard fucking, it's a hard thing to rip. To pull that ripcord, to speak your agency, and control what you can control. It's difficult as fuck. If you can end up managing to float that situation, then it becomes easier to make that judgment call. For myself, that was probably the biggest part of my career problems. There have been multiple situations that I let friendships lead me to places I should have never fucking been involved in. I should have never been in that situation to begin with. And the only reason why I got stuck there is because of my loyalty to somebody else. By all means, as much as I could have avoided it, that doesn't mean that it was without consequence, positive consequence. I am now the person giving you this advice because I went through it. I shouldn't have had to go through it like that. But because I have, I am where I am. So, impression of the concept aside, I can only do what the good Lord sees fit to have blessed me with. Anything outside of that purview, I can't speak to the energy of. Because I literally can't, I don't have context in which to give it for.
Okay. Anything on the technical side of things? Because I know that's one thing I'm really worried about. It's more so, like, because I don't want to like fuck up on a technical level either.
Go simple.
It's like I know that'll just.
Go simple. Simple is better. Better. Simple is better.
Okay.
You can never go wrong with having a simple setup. You don't need all the bells and whistles and frills that some content creators have. Simple is better.
Is there anything like specific? Because I only ask because like I've never done this sort of thing before. I never really tackled stuff like this. That's why I ask. It's like, well, it's probably best to have either 1 or 2 or 3 of these given things just to help yourself out at the start. Like just in general, because almost everybody uses these things. Like little things that can go a long way is what I meant. Because you were right, simple is better. But like the little things that go a long way, I know I deeply appreciate those things, and I know people would too. I just don't know what they are.
So, looking at my own OBS,
Okay.
you do not need all of these extra sources that I have right here. These have been customized over time as I learned to hone my content the way that I want to present them on screen. You can have as few as the scenes that I have here. While I have different sources on different scenes, these scenes serve different purposes, as you can see inside of the stage channel. I have 3 scenes total. I used to have a lot more. I used to have like 7 scenes because it was part of a pack that I got when I first started using the grandfathered system of Stream Elements and Streamlabs. But I only use 3 scenes currently. If I ever get a Streamlab button or a Stream button for my desk that I can switch through my scenes on the fly, the same way that we have upgraded to a microphone that has a mute button, I will incorporate the simplicity of that setup into the setup. It works. I don't have to do anything more than knowing that it works. And if I have to think about how to add extra complexity to it, I come to that bridge when I cross it. As simple as that.
Okay. Simple is always better, and less is always more.
No glass break? How lucky am I? But yeah, that's all you gotta really worry about. That's the only thing that matters.
Alright. Sorry for taking up so much time. I've taken like what, almost over an hour at this point.
No, you actually hit like maybe what, an hour and 5 minutes? That's that's not on account of me. Like the timer just ran out.
Ah.
Is there any passing question you wanted to ask on your way out?
Oh god. I think, well, I mean, the only thing I could think of is that you basically took the words right out of my mouth when it came to like power scaling and how it's like I don't, because my biggest thoughts on it is like, yeah, it's kind of fun to do, but the only reason I would ever do it is that if I'm making my own characters, I like to scale the more so the cause and the effect of how their powers would affect the world, themselves, their bodies, and the people around them. Like, even on like if I had a character who can, through certain combinations of abilities or people helping him supernaturally or what have you, or certain conditions being met, had enough of a strengthened punch to basically blast away a city, how does that change his perspective of himself, the role that his powers play in the world, either as defender or destroyer, what have you, and how does that affect the way people look at him? Would they basically pull a conquest and be too scared of him to ever want to associate with him? Or would they think of him as more like, Superman had a really bad fucking day, maybe we should give him a break? Like, he pushed himself just to help us. Maybe we should give him a break and cut him some slack. Stuff like that is what I would want to think of.
It depends. There are definitely characters that could be written to be understood as a character who people are scared of because they are just that fucking powerful. They are that strong. There are also some characters that would definitively find themselves in a position concerning themselves with that takeaway because of that exact circumstance. Where this person in a world full of plasticine is seen as a figure that is terrifying because he's just that fucking strong.
Yeah.
Whatever way it breaks down, you are left with a timeline, this is a perfect draw, of interactions that for that kind of character that for that kind of character is pretty much reliant on that circumstance of involvement. No grass break, oh my god. Because that character's viewpoint is based inherently on the fear that they give. Like, imagine you have a hero with a shotgun. They're known to be a loose cage, but their moral system has always been what kept them on the straight and narrow. One day, he fucking blasts the goddamn villain. And everyone's standing there thinking, like, I don't know what happened. It's like Mr. Miracle just decided that he was going to terrorize people today. And all of a sudden, he's going around saying, hey, what are you scaring me for? I just want to talk. I just want to talk. I just want to shoot you. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. People would rationally and correctly be terrified of him. But it all comes down to the concept of whether or not they truly get why he's in that position and why he feels that way. About himself, about the world, about the people he's around. Blase, 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 blase. Because, let's say Mr. Miracle is crashing out because somebody promised that they would look after a loved one of his and they failed him. So his correction is no longer his protection. He questions the reason why he even helps you people. Because when you had a chance to help him, you didn't do shit. Left him to the wolves. Dogged him even. So, his moment of sanity break becomes a question of how much of him do you actually want? Do you actually care about who he is as a person? Or are you just trying to control him? Dealing with that narrative through line, as best as one could, is the question that is in search of an answer. So, for the simple concept, it can go anywhere you want to write it. Just like the power scaling problem. It goes wherever you want to make it. If you want to make the character a case study of how a person feels when they realize everybody has just been trying to control them, they are a weapon. They are always seen as and will forever be seen as a weapon. And the only reason why people feel the way that they feel about them is that when they know that they're on that hero's good side, they won't get fucking executed. But when they know that they're not on that hero's good side, they have a 1 in 10 chance of getting fucking smited. It's gonna make people. It's gonna make people look different, think different, and act different. And from there, the concept follows logic. The hero starts crashing out. They think that they can't trust other people. Their influence and their involvement with other people that they talk to, that they deal with, that they choose to love, they become very, very distilled with whether or not that person truly appreciates them for them, or it is just a ploy to get them deeper involved with shit that otherwise is a non-factor. However they choose to go about it, it is a question for the ages. It very much is a question for the ages. Because the concept applies no matter what, but sky's the limit. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Yeah. It's nice to be here.
Okay. Goodbye now. Away with you! Alright. That's a 4. That's Jade. That's a 3. That's Striggler. Welcome to your comb. How can I help you?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm alive.
Feel the same.
How's that job hunt?
Just, I guess I'm just feeling some kind of way today because at the end of the week I probably have an important thing I need to do and not looking forward to it.
That's a lot of for you. Oh, you just gotta keep your head in there.
Yeah, but man, this valley's been really fucking deep as of late.
I feel you there, bro. I feel you there. What can I do you for?
But yeah, I guess I'm gonna be a little bit more personal today. I guess I'm just kind of annoyed at the fact that people can't seem to tell the difference between when you're mocking a person for being well, you're mocking a person mean-spiritedly, and when you're just attacking their ideas. It's like the difference between what dark jokes are actually funny and what dark jokes are actually fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, making fun of somebody for their stupid ideas is a completely different thing from making fun of their dead mother. You know?
Ah, that news story.
Yep, that one.
That story is so crazy.
Yeah, you tell me about it.
So those in the audience tuning in who have no context what we're talking about, there's a VTuber. Their mom died, they committed suicide, people tried to criticize them because of whatever dumb thing they had going on, and they decided to go, nah, 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 your mom's dead, your mom's dead. Truly.
Yeah,
evil
that
shit.
we fuck.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just sitting here going like, that's fucked up. And then people are like, well, do you make fun of people all the time? Yeah, I make fun of their ideas, not their personal lives or whatever horrible things happening in their life. Well, there's a major difference between the two things. And people think I'm siding with them, which I'm not. I'm just saying that it's kind of fucked up that we always seem to go to this level of bullshit whenever we're dealing with this sort of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But continue my idea.
Yeah, the philosophy of them. Well, this hand is fucking dead. 07 as we go up, boys. This deck is dead. The general idea where they will attack a person because they think that criticizing the person and being a lolcow in the audience amongst all the people who are there is the same thing as having criticism of a person. It is not. It is nowhere near ever at all the same fucking thing. But it's an entirely different subject, or we didn't talk about this before. Those people, start the timer. Those people, for whatever reason they're attacking that VTuber, they gotta get a life. We've seen it multiple times. It's honestly something that if you really wanted to easily make money, shout out to Aqua. If you really wanted to make money, if you covered nothing but VTuber drama, you would rake in so much fucking cash. So much fucking money. So much fucking money. But it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Because why the fuck would you want to promote that behavior? Because making fun of a person for something that they try to attack somebody else for, to try and teach them a lesson, is one thing. Going out of your way to cover the worst moments of somebody in their life. The way to phrase it is the reason why I passed on Nick Ricada. You mock somebody when they're at their lowest, and then you act like a bully, where you suspend your civility for money, leads you in the direction of always wanting to bully people, regardless of the involvement, because then you say, bro, I'm just the person retelling the story. And even if you have the most satellite position responsible for the involvement of the drama of that story, you're still serving as a handmaiden to the harassment. There is an easier way to criticize a person's ideas than it is to attempt to frame your criticism as a stealth criticism in search of a talking point. And this is probably the most annoying part of the reality of the problem. A lot of these people, they don't make content or get involved in the discussion to actually understand people and where they're coming from and why they feel the way that they do about a particular topic. They go into them with the intention of using it as a justification to be a fucking bully. Every time. Happens to IRL streamers, happens to e-girls, the ones that either, quote, have it coming, air quote, which nobody has it coming, or not. Everyone gets attacked this way. I'm tired of seeing those dramas come up, which is why I usually don't give my energy to them. I don't want to be anywhere nearby where a person chooses to, I'll take the phrase from chat, using a shotgun when you're in need of a scalpel. I can summarize of an event based on what I think is happening or what I know is happening, but that is as far as I'm willing to go. I do not go any further than, here's what they said, here's what they did. It's not my job to assign the L's and W's of the people in the situation, because we've clearly seen that there are people who've decided that the suspension of disbelief and support is indication of who is deserving of mockery and who is the biggest lolcow. And my status opinion is that if you are trying to find someone to victimize, if you are deciding that you're going to be the one that picks who's a lolcow and who's not, you're the fucking lolcow in this situation. Now, that's an unpopular opinion. It's an obvious opinion that should always be and remain true, but it's an unpopular opinion because that opinion doesn't make money. That's the boring opinion, single player Carl. Single player Carl, I want to laugh. Single player Carl, I want to be involved. Single player Carl, I want to laugh at these situations because it's funny. I find it funny. I find chaos funny. I want to be in the drama. I want to be in the material. Why are you stopping me from having fun, Carl? Shit's not fun.
It's a nihilistic way of looking at it, too. It's like, it doesn't matter what these people say. Hey, I got a laugh out of it. That's what matters, right?
I don't like what the internet's becoming that way. Even though most of the things that I find myself engaging with and doing could be seen as like a lower tier version of that engagement, of the kind of throwaway comments that I do on Twitter could be seen as a lower level engagement of it. So I would be called a hypocrite in those cases for that kind of behavior and design. But at the end of the day, no one should get hurt from this type of content and this involvement. It clearly begins and ends in a place that it deserves to be at. No more, no less, no further. I do not have to justify my actions as okay because I have the pass. I don't have to justify my actions as acceptable because I'm single player Carl. I know what I'm doing. If I don't need to do it, I don't need to get fucking involved and do it. If I act as though I have to be involved and I have to act this way and I gotta do this and I gotta do that, I'm doing myself a disservice and I'm making it harder for my audience to back what I do. Because I'm just being a bully and they don't want to say, well, you know, I want to try and support Carl here in the situation because maybe he sees something I don't. But this feels a lot like we're being an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Not every single bit of fucking details on the internet involves us being engaged and involved with it. So, spade being a spade, I'd rather witness something crazy happening than being the person who gets involved with something crazy happening. This is kind of my opinion that I had about things like, Smash JT and all those individuals choosing to get into knockdown, slap out, drag out fights on the timeline about a bunch of fucking different types of content that these individuals are making. George Torch Gamer, Mick Dizzle, for what it's worth, Sid Alpha, and any person that can be considered a grifter that's right now culture war grifting on topics. I don't want to be involved directly in that shit. I will summarize what's going on, but I don't want to be directly in that shit. I will point, and I will make my comments, and I'll make my jokes, and I'll get the fuck on. Because I'm not there to bully anyone, and I'm not there to convince somebody that they have to join my side, because if you don't join my side, you're cringe. Like, this shit is far beyond the pale of people having way too much time in their hands that need to find something better to do. And if I were to get obsessed in that and involved in that, it's very easy to get lost in the weeds. And then you start making excuses for yourself on why actually it's super based that I should be involved, and how it's actually super good that I choose to get involved this way. It's too easy to lose yourself. Not my job, not what I'm there for. So with that being said, that's like maybe 45% of what was happening there with that particular girl. As for the rest of it, I think it was pretty straightforward. In terms of at least like the drama that was going about. As to what I understand it, it was basically the same shit that goes on amongst the VTubers. Do I have that about right?
Yeah. Opinions didn't match up with everyone else's. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that shit.
Yeah, because everyone has to think the same thing, right? I mean, we should know that, right?
I mean, the number one reason why I hate it most often is that this is how VTubers end up getting graduated. I do not want any kind of fucking drama lolcow argument on the timeline to be responsible in a VTuber getting harassed and then getting graduated because of the result of the harassment that they faced. They're supposed to be a more mature type of person, but, you know, the childishness has not gone away in most of our generation. We can only do so much to correct that. So, sincerity is definitely a thing that this new generation of content creator has to have, which it does not do us pretty much good credit that some of the bigger content creators of yesteryear did not have that as a goal of their content. That was not what they were trying to do back then. And it tends to go to show with the type of material that we end up consuming of their classical content.
Well, to interject, I don't think that they were going out of their way to be mean-spirited back in the day. I think they actually were passionate about what they were doing. It's just that the new generation cuts. It's the whole irony spiral thing, in which everyone kind of takes the ironic thing and thinks that that's genuine, and then twists it into their own ironic thing, and it just keeps spiraling out of control.
Some, not all. So obviously, the irony poison and the troll's remorse is what controls that. So we know that for Ian Joma, that is the case. We know that for Jacksepticeye and other, like, big collaborative content creators like that, that it can sometimes be the case in some situations, but it doesn't always follow one-to-one. We can tell that for some people, like Pokimane, of the influencers that influence people by just existing, or the influencers that influence nobody, that is sometimes the case. But in more situations than not, they get involved in things that they otherwise would not need to be involved in as a justification for why it's okay that they can bully someone, but not you. And I've never agreed with that. I've never liked that. It's been the reason why a lot of the content creators of old have stepped away. Because, of course, the one part is that they just didn't have the heart for it anymore. They didn't want to make the kind of content that was being asked for, and they figured now is a great time to quit. And then for some people, they just didn't have the money. They didn't have the money to sustain it. They were either always money-oriented, and on that equation, where content creators like myself and content creators like Aqua, when he comes into his own, had to decide, do I like what I'm doing? Do I like the material that I make? They ask themselves and say, no, I don't like what I make. I'm miserable doing this. I gotta do something else. So I gotta find something that's either better for me, or I got to figure out a way to make money off of this in a way where I can go to sleep at night. And for those people...
Basically the Filthy Frank route.
Well, I mean, Filthy Frank could have kept doing what he was doing. It's that his voice was dying. That was Joji's problem.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, he did also feel like he was being trapped into that box.
Well, yeah. He wanted to grow. That's another choice for people changing things up. We all know that's what June did. She goes from being a dirtbag leftist to becoming a literal trad wife. However, they end up arriving at the conclusion of making the change that is best for their material and their content to be able to make material that leads to good outcomes and good support of people in their lives and of people in their surroundings. It's a very hard choice that many people did not want to take when they wanted to make that content, and now they're still out there on the alternative tech websites trying desperately to get back some level of that relevance that they had back when they were bigger creators that they can't find right now. So you got your atheist plus individuals, your hanger-ons, you got your Amin Raz, you got your what is his fucking name? TJ Miller. You've got, is it TJ Kirk or TJ Miller? The Amazing Atheist.
I think it's TJ Kirk.
Yeah, you've got your TJ Kirks of The Amazing Atheist. You've got your, I forget the guy's name. Angry Autist is the word that's coming to my brain. Angry Aussie, Angry Autist. I think it's Angry Aussie. You've got people like the skeptics of yesteryear. They've gone full authoritarian and full left-wing grifter. That their viewpoint and the only thing they can relevantly add to any influence is, hey, it's the guy that shoved the banana up his ass. And that's your legacy. Clearly you want to have people have a better legacy to give than that. And right now, there isn't. At least in terms of the ones that exist and remain right now.
Ah, don't remind me of the Melted Wax Aqua! No!
Yeah, I wish that sincerity was a thing that content creators would start doing more now. Like, even though my job is to not necessarily always give people a view behind the mask, it is a part of the, it's a part of the job requirement that sincerity is something that I aim to add, because you can't be a dick all the time.
Yep.
You can be an asshole, but you just can't be a dick all the time. You become unlikable. There are redeeming qualities that make it okay to a fault. But that can't be your personality. Because if your personality is just being a bully, you have, your principles are not in the right place. You gotta figure out where you went wrong and get back to who you are. And if who you are was just being an asshole and being unrepentant as such, well, you were always a dick.
Well, here's the thing, it's like, they always are like, "Oh, my enemies are doing that." It's like, why are you letting bigots dictate what attitude you take? What are you doing?
That's culture warrior stuff. They let the politics of their enemies dictate the emotional validity of themselves. And that is always an excuse. You always have a choice. You can always choose if you're gonna go with the crowd or if you're gonna be a person. There's no excuse for people to justify being lazy and disinteresting themselves with the important parts that matter most. Because if the excuse every time is, well, my enemies were doing it too, The eye for an eye is gonna make the whole world fucking blind.
Agreed.
And while what is good for the goose is good for the gander is good advice to give when you're trying to consider how to move forward with people who clearly use civility politics as a way to trick you, in which this is definitely a leftist problem. The leftists...
Concern.
Go ahead.
I was saying concern trolling.
Yes. Concern trolling, Mott and Bailey, Gish Galloping, the Two Scotsmen, whatever fallacy you want to call it, whatever example you want to call it. I use Bayonetta superposition because it is an advanced Mott and Bailey. If you always define yourself by the best actions of your enemies and the worst actions of your allegiances, you're really just selling your soul later down the river, and you're hoping that when you've finally gotten all the blood off your hands, when you've created that society that you've always wanted, when you've gotten it figured out and buttoned up and laced up in all the particular ways that you need it, what are you going to do with all of the warriors? When you finally won the war, and all the social justice warriors have been dealt with. Whatever you want to say have been done to them. Let's go to the most explicit. When your enemies are dead, crushed before you, their blood generations are always going to be permanently enslaved. Every person who had a hand in the destruction of your culture are finally being punished, and you can look to your friends in the mirror and say, yeah, guys, I did it. I finally got them. I finally punished them. They can never hurt another person again. What are you going to do with yourself?
Yeah. It's the whole Capaldi thing. Doctor Who had that episode in which it was like that with Capaldi, basically saying that what are you gonna do about the people like you? The people, the troublemakers. The people that are always gonna rabble rouse. They're always gonna be looking for a fight. We'll win. Oh, will you? Well, nobody wins for long.
It comes back to the concept I said earlier. Correction is protection. In this capacity, when you're dealing with how to build an empire that stands the test of time, whether you choose to go with the route of relevancy or community, civility and politeness are the price to pay for access. You cannot be harmful with your attitudes and short with your words, bruise my nose, and then ask me for a band-aid. If you want to be rude, evil, mean, crude, antagonistic, or a dick, because you decide that it matters more that you feel right than you do what is right, you have to be willing to go through this world by yourself with no assistance and with no trust and security and safety with others. Now, if you look at this in the worst faith, what I just said was, I have to trick you into giving me what I want. That's not what I said. What I said was, if you want to be a member of the polite society, you have to be willing to accept the things that you can't change and have patience to change the things that you do. When you do not know what you can do, you do what you can. So, when you find yourself lost, and you ask yourself, how am I able to make a difference? All of these people act so uniquely different from I, and I feel like I'm out of my depth, that they don't respect me or what I could do for them. They treat me like I am a random citizen. I don't feel like I belong. You have to remind yourself that it's not about feeling that you belong, it's about feeling that you can live with yourself. As much help you want to give to other people, you can't save every motherfucking body, because everybody's not your fucking friend. Just because they agree with you on a single topic does not mean that they actually care about what happens to you. and hope that you get home at night.
That part of the reason why I stick to my own side. It's like I'm not on your side, I'm not on their side. I'm just saying that what you just did is fucked up, just as fucked up as if they did that.
Mm-hmm. So when you have a person come around and they're like, "Call me if you get lost, bitch," are you going to call me when I'm out there in the dirt, in the dust, and I'm surrounded and it's wet and it's cold and I have no idea where my friends are? Because more often than not, the answer is no. They're not going to be there for you. Out there in the dust and the dirt and the cold. They're lying straight to your face. And as fucked up as it is, you look at some of the way that these guys are moving, they're telling you who the fuck they are. The same criticism I'm giving of them right now, it can definitely and has been said of me. And I kind of have to pay destitution for that action, probably for the rest of my career. That just is what it is. But there is no world where you're going to convince me that a person is going to walk through this life and act as though I'm wrong about a single thing I just fucking said, because I'm not. My correction is my protection for my friends. If my friends don't want to take my advice, that they have bad ideas, and that they're getting involved in something that they're in over their head about, I am not going to destroy you, Batman Claus. I'm not going to destroy you, but I'm not going to stand there and wait for the consequences that I know that are coming to happen to you. A soft head makes a hard head makes a soft ass. And I'm not going to be the butt of the joke when the other shoe fits. Because I got my beatings from my aunt. She's made me into the person that I am today so that I can deal with my problems like a proper fucking adult. If I fail that problem, if I don't take advice from the people who would give me advice, like Horror, or Jay, or any other person that I've been a friend with, then I am responsible for losing that friendship. I can blame nobody but myself. And as boring, or annoying, or optically cut it might sound, it might look like, or it might be, their correction is their protection. If they give me good advice with hard words, because they think that I'm working underneath my potential, there's a good chance that I probably might be. And that I am. So what I need to do is then not waste my potential. And put in the time and effort to do what I know I'm capable of. Because if they believe in me, I have to believe in them. I believe in the blend that believes in me. And that leads to better civility, because then you just grow up. And some people can't grow the fuck up. They are incapable of it. Because they've been childish for a lot of their careers and their lives. And expecting them to change for the better, that's not going to happen. Not without necessary stimuli. No? Take an evil Nazi. The Nazi needs to see the light of day because they finally have discovered something that they care about enough that makes them understand, damn, calling a black man the N-word actually is harmful. Damn, Marcus, I never realized I did that to you. Corny, but there's a reason why I used tokusatsu earlier. Because it's probably the most baseline level of how you can get to these people and meet them where the fuck they are. And that's really the goal. You have to meet them where they are. If you are short with your words at all times because a person isn't an instant expert at the shit that you are in, or you disagree with something that somebody says, like somebody actually got upset with me last night when I said that SMT3 is like a gacha game, because they were thinking of, like, in terms of the franchise genre that it's like. They claimed it was, well, they said, and it is in a way like Pokemon. But the person that we were giving this advice to is somebody who's completely new to the genre itself and to the franchise themselves. So in terms of Megaten, we were telling them the differences between Persona and SMT. And I was telling them the difference between the mainline games that are numbered titles and the ones that are effectively knockoff titles. If I was to compare them, I told them that Persona is more based on character interaction, character development, and story, whereas the mainline SMT games are much more grind heavy, because the content of the game is not nice to you. It will spin you over and stick it in your ass. And she did not like that opinion that I gave, because she had the opinion, the person in question, that I was misleading him and or scaring him. But I had to whip out the fusion chart to explain my point, because I have actually played the gacha game of SMT, and it fits so perfectly into the gacha format that it's how I'm going to explain SMT in the future. Whether you're playing on the base level, you're playing on Maniacs, you're playing on the Insanity DLC difficulty, SMT, if you want to start from Nocturne, is designed like a gacha game. That does not mean it has the gacha elements of rolling on a banner. I mean, your level 1 zone. What was that first enemy? It's the shark one with the face on top of its head. He's frost immune.
Yeah, don't remember the name right now.
Mm-hmm. You know what demon I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though.
When you're trying to get through the hospital, even on a hard file, you have to put in so much effort to make sure that you can at least one-tap the Kodamas and the Pretas in the area, so you do not die to them. Because it is very possible that level 1, you try to go out there, you get high rolled, you die. And it's the kind of game that when you fall, you start over from save. And you gotta wait through the cutscene every time, even if you mash through the fucking cutscene. Most annoying shit, most boring shit, but you gotta do it. Once you get to the point where you get access to the Cathedral of Shadows, and you can start fusing your demons, you work with your first fairy, you work with your first copies of Kodama and Preta, you work with your first Will-O-the-Wisp, and you slowly start building up a roster of fusion materials. That chart, let me bring it up, chat. This chart, Fornius, thank you, Aqua. This chart is your best fucking friend. It is also your goddamn nightmare. Find it. Which one we're in? I think we're in this one.
Jeez, ain't that the truth?
Yes, I was. It was in this one, but I think I already deleted it. So, Nocturne, Fusion chart. I want the Fusion calculator from GitHub. Yeah, I want that one. Yeah, this one. This is the one I want. This right here. This chat. This is the SMT3 Fusion chart. You see this chart, and you think, well, it can't be that hard and that difficult, Carl. No, it fucking is. This chart, and every SMT game that is not based on Persona, because Persona is different. Persona, you could say that it's like Pokemon, but it's not. You only have access to certain upgrades as you go through the story, because it's a visual novel. This fucking fusion chart will be the bane of your existence. The only way I could probably compare Nocturne as being like Pokemon is that where badges control the simplicity of how you can get your Pokemon to listen to you, your level dictates the highest level of fusion result that you can attempt, whether you're looking for a fusion accident result or a natural result. If you have a demon that is level 1, and you try to fuse it with a demon that is at minimal level 15, let's go through this demon list. Let's say you want to fuse Vishnu. If you want to fuse Vishnu, to reverse fusion him, you'll need to find a Seraph and a Skadi, or a Michael and a Kali. Or, if you want to do a forward fusion, to something that is of relative power level and size to relevancy, if you wanted to fuse a Vishnu with an Onyoki to get a level 81 result Thor, you need to find the fusion material to get to that scale. Hence, the chart. You need to figure out the race. You need to figure out the type on whether or not they are +1 or -1. You need to decide whether or not from the fusion base of a Flay, an Aqua, an Arrow, or an Earth spirit. that you can be able to get to that result. And that's not even involving curse fusion. Lord have mercy, that's not even involving curse fusion. If you want to get any of these skills that can come on any of these characters, where you've got skills like Venom Bite, or skills such as Deadly Fury, or Dante's Ebony and Ivory, if you recruit Dante into your fight, or Hellbiker, or Oni Kagura, or Spiral Viper, you're going to need to find that demon. As you can clearly see with the number that is associated to them, you will only be able to get them if you follow certain conditions. So let's say you want Raido Kuzunoa the 14th, who was in a version of the game that I think was the Japanese version, but I believe he should be an HD remaster. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, in the remaster, you can choose between either Dante or Rhino. It depends on which DLCs you got downloaded.
So, if it's a Maniac's file or not.
Yeah, basically.
So, if you want a Kuzunoa, the only way you get a Kuzunoa is under the Special Confusion condition, by being recruited from 5th Kalpa. That is it. That is the only way you get Raido. Same thing with Dante. He is a recruit from 5th Kalpa. You want any of those skills that he comes with, that is the only way you're getting him. Period. Then, you start looking at those high-level fusions. Specifically, things like Scotty. You want to be able to get that, you got to defeat them in the Amala Temple. And you first need to have a team that can build them up to get there. Because she is Zon Nullify, she is... What was this? I forget what this was. I think that's Light Nullify, and Mind Nullify. But she's weak to Zeo. So weak to lightning, strong against wind. You're going to need to build a team that can fight her and win. Assuming that you want to go with the route of evolving her from something like Megami Scoth. And then if you want to fuse that, roll the fucking dice, kids. And be lucky if you reverse fusion up to her.
Good luck.
It is the most common game that I can use to compare as the background for why I would call it something that is comparative to being like a gacha game. Unlike Pokemon, where I can run the same fucking team if I wanted to. Hora's catching a stray, but she's catching a good stray. There are two types of players. There are those that are like Lily Pichu, and there are those that are like Horror. If you're like Horror, you're building a team, and then you're building a roster, and then you're building a box full of every tool that you need for any situation. Anything you don't want to engage in, you're not engaging in. Period. Or you could be like Lily Pichu, who has one ace, and only ever uses one fucking ace. Whatever is the equivalent of a Rawls evolving into a Guanavire, and whatever is the equivalent of a Butterfree evolving into whatever the evolved form of Butterfree is what is going in that roster. Let's assume that between these two archetypes of players, the person who takes that fairy, evolves it into a high fairy, and then continues evolving it from high fairy into whatever other demon is on this goddamn list. Hive Pixie is what I'm meaning to say.
Yeah, you gave me a high pixie.
So, going from a pixie to a high pixie to a clean mob, there is a world where you could probably make that argument, saying, ah man, I was finally able to work them up there, but that's a lot of fucking grinding. That's why every single goddamn SMT since Tokyo Mirage sections, as well as the Redux, all come with a zone for you to grind experience books and money in, so that you can get them to the point where they evolve. But that assumes that you can get to level 56. Guess what that means you're doing, Jack? Grinding! For hours on end! Now, casually, if you're playing the game, you could treat it like it's Pokemon. But there is no box. Or rather, your box is your fusion fodder. in your secondary team. Your backup aces are the same fodder they're going to be using to put together a team. And if you don't have the fodder that you need to make that team work, oh well, you better get to fusing.
Whoops.
Because if you don't put together a team that can face that enemy, you're not continuing forward. Unlike Tokyo Mirage Session, which plays much more like a visual novel, where the enemies will be at your relative level in terms of your weapon. This is the way that they did it in Tokyo Mirage Sessions. In TMS, your weapons stayed a static level, and the enemies that you could fight did not drop a high enough star core to create the next core of equipment. You could see what you needed to make that item, but you did not gain it in that chapter if you already reached that potential of power. Doesn't matter if you got Detrius to get the rare equipment, you're not going above that level of power. So if you have the 2-star weapons on all the characters, you're not getting above the 2-star weapons in that chapter, because no other enemy in that chapter drops material to craft the 3-star weapon. You have to advance to the next chapter in the story. Your power is relevant to where you are in the visual novel. On the visual novel content, once you've done all the side quests, equivalent to that of Persona, that is when you are then allowed your next step of evolution and power. In SMT, it follows more on the line that was given to Imagine, which is where, unlike the one which Imagine was like RuneScape, but it was SMT flavored, SMT, specifically the numbered games, I would say start from SMT3, if you want to get a taste of the hardcore example. And if you want to be a normie, you can play SMT4 and SMT5 and Vengeance, if you want to get the quintessential, up-to-date user experience.
I kind of want to interject real quick. I think 4 is still... Well, Vanilla 4 is still pretty hard, but if you're looking for something easier, Final. 4 Final.
Yeah. The core SMT experience is going to have you biting your fingers, deciding on who in your ace is worthy to be sacrificed to deal with any of the incoming choices you're going to need to make with the enemies you're going to be facing. Which, to that record, please tell me on this list that it has the candelabra fights in order. No, it does not. I have to search them. So, for the Minoras, for the people who are gonna play on a Maniacs edition, for the Lady in Black, when they are dealing with the first fiends that have them, all the ones that exist inside the Kalpas, Kalpa 1, Kalpa 2, Kalpa 3, Kalpa 4, and Kalpa 5. When you face those enemies, when you face Matador, when you face Daisoju, Hellbiker, White Rider, Red Rider, Black Rider, Pale Rider, Dante or Rido, depending on the run that you're doing, the Mother Harlot, and Trumpeteer. God damn, I fucking hate Trumpeteer. No matter what game series he shows up in, he's always fucking annoying. You are not progressing that story if you cannot beat them. Period. It's not happening. Your game file will stay there. So, for example, Matador. He's the first on the Ginza Underpass to get to Akikaburo. You are required to fight him. If you don't build to fight Matador, and in terms of SMT3, if I can find his stats for SMT3. Nope, it's not showing me his stats for SMT3. Nope, here we go. If you bring up his stats for SMT3, if it'll fucking show them to me, Jesus Christ. It is not showing me everything, but here we go. If you look at his stats on his chart, he is going to be annoying since he voids X-Force, Expel, Death, and Ailments. If you don't build a way to kill this creature where you do not have to use Zon, you are going to be upset with yourself. Period. and you can only fuse them after you've beaten them. So, if you want a level 30 Fiend to become this character, you're going to need to build a team that can beat him. He's got 1000 HP and 500 MP. Good luck. Same thing with the other Menorah fights, and the other ones involved there, assuming this character does not just outspeed you. Daisojo, for example. What was his stats? There you go. Daisojo. Voiding Nerve, Absorbing Curse and Mine, Reflecting Expel and Death. 2500 HP, 800 MP. Good luck. Do you like getting a 30% chance to be instant killed against all enemies every turn? Does that sound like fun to you, chat? No? Alright then. You better find a way to obsolete this goddamn game's content.
Yep.
Because when I tried to explain to him, there are just some fights where the game said, you're not allowed to continue. I rolled a perfect 30% to kill your entire team. Try again. If you play the game on an easier difficulty, you could probably make an argument that that's not the case. But, even in the MMORPG version, his stats are still fucking broken. I'm putting them on the screen for you right goddamn now. Even in Imogene, he still had a 10% chance to instant kill a single target. Period. These characters are not fair. The enemies are not fair. So, you know, treating them in this way, and understanding them to be like this, you kind of have to go in with an open head and open eyes and open arms and open legs and just be prepared that you're going to get sledded and gutted until the game decides that you're good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that just is how the game is. Now, of course, some people might have forgotten what we were talking about, but remember the context here. This was me giving advice to this person about what to expect with this video game. The other person in the conversation did not like how I was summarizing it, because they thought that I was giving them bad advice, that I was scaring them off, and whatever. I would rather speak my truth and get out what I want to say and what I have to say than hold my tongue and then give them an I told you so. I do not like being the kind of person that sits there and says, I told you so, you should listen to me. I think that's very much a bitch made and dick made way of behaving when it comes to people, when you are engaging with them on something that you want them to enjoy. Because you have to decide what's more important, your ego or their satisfaction. On that equation, I always decide their satisfaction matters more than my ego. Sure, by all means, I can say, haha, I told you so, you should have listened to me, you should have listened to me. But that'd be the last goddamn time they listen to me, because why would they want to associate with me? I rub things in their face. They don't feel like they can enjoy a video game around me. That make me sad inside. But who do I have to blame? Me, because that's how I conducted myself. Now in the situation, I tried to tell them, if there's something that I'm saying or that I'm doing that is making you feel a certain way about my responses or about my opinion, I'm sorry that I am doing that. I'm just trying to communicate what I think is most important to him. This is how I think the game is. This is my opinion. You don't have to agree with it, but this opinion is mine. Which sounds like I'm not trying to be a dick to you, but I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying, I'm just telling it as it is.
You're telling me on.
Like, they had to complain saying you're making it too complex, and then when I simplified it and said one is more story-based, one is more grindy, they said that's still, you're scaring them off. It's like, what do you want me to tell them? You want them to tell them nothing? And the opinion I came away with is that, okay, listen to neither of our opinions and just come up with your own conclusion and just experience it from there. You'll see what it's like when you play it. If you dislike my opinion, see if I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, well, I'm sorry, I'm right. And that just is what it is. That's the bottom line. It's not a question of whether or not they like me or not, or they like you or not. It's a question of what is actually relevant for our ability to inform our friend of what they can come to expect in this video game. And if what they come to expect is, hey, the game's going to stick it in your ass, it's not going to be fair. It doesn't have to be fair. In fact, it is best for you to treat the game like it's going to cheat you, and you cheat it first.
Yep.
It is better for you to go in with that expectation than get blindsided. Because, of course, I could say nothing. I could bite my tongue. I could even sit there and politely allow them to get away with yelling at me and just simply address what I think needs to be addressed, which is what I did. I chose to not blow up or get angry and just said, this is my opinion. We have different opinions. It is what it is. Because that's my experience with the franchise. It's the kind of satisfaction that leads to people saying whether or not the game is good or bad. If he's the kind of person that likes to invalidate the gameplay and feel like a god, this may be a game that he falls in love with. It may be a game where he feels like it's bad. I don't get to make that call. All I can do is give him information. I give him the information. Anything that happens afterwards, that is not my concern, and that is not my goal. Whatever the game decides is the purpose, and whatever they decide is the movement and the notice and the goal, it is what it is. My one goal and purpose is that thing that is important, and nothing else. Because I don't get to decide how important it is to him or them in any shape, way, form, or function. That's just the bottom factor. That's just the bottom dollar. And that's the problem when it comes to severity and sincerity politics with people. There are not many people who are willing to put another person's satisfaction, another person's investment and time into the game first. They prioritize their viewpoint, their opinion, and their toxicity over whether or not they want to put that person first so that they can be seen or understood. I dislike that there are those that choose to do that in that way. I cannot control how people act. I'm only responsible for myself. I can say that it's disappointing that there are those that choose to behave in that way, where they put a lot more onus on others than they do on themselves. But that's just the way it is.
Yep.
So on that edge, it has been something that has been more of a concern for our generations as of late, because we've been seeing more and more of that bully behavior come up. And like, to that edge, we can only do so much. We do as much as we can as is right now, so we try to create civility where we're at, and relieve the concern to other people. And we deal with it as we can. But calling a spade should never result in people feeling in some particular function. Ooh, lighting attacks. Feeling like in some particular function, they have to react in a way that would be considered caustic because of something that I said or something that I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that person is reacting that way because of that reaction, then that is still on my back, and that is on me. I am accountable for 100% of the things that I do. I am not accountable for the things that I don't do. If it's not my cope, it's not my bag, it's not my problem. I'm sorry, I'm doing two things at once.
No, it's good.
Like, it's not my fault, it's not my problem, it's not my bag. I'm responsible for the parts that I give. I'm not going to let somebody recontextualize my actions as something that they're not. I can only be able to take care of myself. I'm going to try to manage myself as best as I can. I'm not going to spread hate as much as I can. When it's time to crash out, I'm going to crash out, and I'll call a spade for what it is. If people agree with me, good. If people don't agree with me, that's fine too. Because the concept that matters more is being responsible for good interactions, not bad interactions. I've said that before. I would rather embolden a person to work together than work separately of each other. Because it is useless for me. I'm gonna get fucking let out. It is useless for me and others like me to be hyper concerned with shit that otherwise is not a problem. Just because I and another group of people think that it's not that big of a deal and that they should really just understand the concept because it's not that complex, it's not that hard. Why don't you just figure it out? Gotta meet them where they're at. A little bit of kindness goes a long way when it comes to making sure you're understood. Because, just like I was telling Aqua, we all started at level 1. We all started from level 0. We all started from nothing. And it does not service us in any capacity. Not even for optics, not even for strategy, but most especially just for civility. It does not benefit us to act like know-it-alls and assholes just because we want to be petty. The temptation is really strong sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. There are times where you don't want to be nice. You want to be cruel. You want to give back the hate that they give. But accountability is what cuts the difference between people who can and cannot and who have and have not. If the minimum that I can do is I can try to build, then as long as I feel that I have accomplished something by trying to get people to build civility, I have not failed at the goal that I've set out to do. They either see my way or they don't. If they manage to come around to my side and they understand what I was trying to communicate, that is better than treating it like it is not a big deal. Because then I have done myself a disservice and I've done them a disservice. And unfortunately, there are people who think that's cringe.
Which is annoying.
I know that I've grown up. Because I don't act the same way all the time anymore. Because high disagreeability is what breeds the contempt of audiences. Because right now, I've been dealing with an on-again, off-again problem in a particular community, which will remain unnamed, where there are people shit-stirring problems for other people in that community. They're doing it because they find it fun. They find it cute to do them. And I do not appreciate what they are doing. And they find it funny that they are doing it the way that they are doing it. Because they would rather cause problems than solve problems, all it leads to me thinking about is how do I prioritize fixing the things that I can fix and changing the things that I can change. But it's not supposed to be my job, and it's not supposed to be the job of the people who are currently working with me to solve the problem, to deal with these attitudes that we've gotten that have popped up within the last few, I'm going to say few days, at least. And as fucking frustrating as it is better for me to keep myself involved, as I am right now, than it is for me to throw my hands up and say, it's not my fucking problem, y'all can just fucking suffer by yourselves. I didn't sign up for this. Because I did not sign up to be a fucking person that would be giving advice to people like a fucking therapist. But if I don't do it, if I don't set the example, I don't get to complain about the result of what happens when shit blows up and hits the fan. Because in my audience, let's use the hypothetical if this were happening in my audience right now. Because there have been people who have been removed because of this behavior. If this shit were happening in my audience right now, I could be able to solve it by simply banning the person outright. Somebody tells me that something's going on, they give me comment about the thing that a person's doing, whether it be sympathy baiting, or drama posting, or seeking attention about shit that's not relevant. Whatever it is, we could deal with it on the spot. Job's done. We do not get that same... We do not get that same involvement and that same investment of time. Because as much as we could get that investment of time and that investment of effort out of people that are here, I do not want to force engagement in that style. I don't want to make it seem as though, and I certainly do not want to make it feel as though, the only way that a person will have their opinion heard is if they're repeating an opinion that is mine. People are allowed to be their own person. They're allowed to have their own agency. They're allowed to have their own agenda. They're allowed to be moved by things that move them. They don't have to give a fuck about any of the things that I do. They don't have to give me money. They ain't gotta do none of that shit. All they gotta do is just support the content. And that's it. And everyone supports in their own fucking way. Because this drama, much of which is being manipulated by people who otherwise do not give a shit about what's happening because of their drama behavior, it has fallen to mods of that audience, as well as myself, as the one who's being targeted with the behavior, to deal with it as it's happening, so we can prevent it from happening to another person. I wish that were not the case, but that is currently how it is working out for the most part. It's very stupid, it's very gay, it's very lame, it's very cringe. Now, the normal reaction that any person would naturally have if a person started acting gay like this, gay meaning lame, guys, I would tell that person, just go someplace else. Join a different audience, join a different community. If they're gonna act like that, take your involvement and your community and camaraderie elsewhere, where you know that you'll be appreciated. And then let the problem sort itself out. But it so happens to be that the person who is causing the behavior that needs to be corrected for is a person who is supposed to be a part of the administration whose job it is to solve that problem. Which leads us to being at an impasse. So instead of being able to solve problems the easy way, they're being done the hard way. And that is not good. I died. That is not good. The only way to resolve this problem is the only way any of us know how, which is to give them the time to figure out, hey, what matters more? Your audience and your community working together, or you deciding that your way is the highway. And then you can have a nice, safe, empty space. Currently at this moment, the person in question who set this behavior in motion to cause this in the first place, they don't care about the civility and the safe place and none of that garbage. They just want to see certain people be spoken to and talked to and handled in a way that is fun for them to watch. And that's the only thing they care about. Which has led to us to have to deal with it in the way that we're currently dealing with it right now. So, in those ways, for those problems, because that's how we have to deal with it. That again.
Why is it so fucking strong?
Because that's the way that we have to address it, and that we have to deal with it right now. we're at an impasse on what to do. And normally what happens at this point with any kind of conversation, any kind of back and forth, is that the thing that happens next is the community dies. Because people are not about to tolerate being harassed by a random user or by a user who's supposed to be part of the administration that solves problems with the way that they're currently behaving. Not their job, not their goal, not about to be their struggle. But it is in fact their circus, which means it is in fact their monkeys. So I can only do what I know I can do and what comes natural. Which is trying to be the helping hand that I know I can be. Outside of that, shit's cooked. Shit's cooked. 100% shit's cooked. Because I've grown up from where I started in my work to where I am now, I can understand that the reason I feel this way is because that's just how it works out for me. I have this viewpoint because that's what I value most. That's what's most important to me. That is what I think is the most important thing to focus on. And any kind of behavior, finally got him. Any kind of behavior that happens in the interim because of the influence of those that are acting in this way and acting in this capacity, I can't just simply treat it like it's water under the bridge. Because they have caused an active problem to everybody else that even though it doesn't affect me that much, I have to stand up for the other people who cannot stand up for themselves. It's kind of silly in a way. For all the problems that we could complain about, there's times like this where it's like, damn, there's a lot of criticism that our enemies can say about us that are pretty ridiculous, but in this situation, a lot of those criticisms are ringing true, because that's just where we are right now. There are people who care more about having things their way and working together and being unified, that this can get to this point. And if we had been able to address ourselves and correct ourselves in the moment, or we had been able to address the problem and correct the situation as it's happening so that we could be able to internally deal with the problem and it not get to the point like this where it currently requires multiple people to basically do an anti-reverse gay op to fix a problem that should have never happened in the first place. It's one of those moments where you have to be humbled. Like, I can tell you this story. The other day, last week, I went to my new local chain of Dave's Hot Chicken. And did you know that they have a Reaper flavor? I'm pretty sure it's based on the Carolina Reaper pepper. They make you sign a waiver if you order this flavor. I did not like my guts for 4 days. Because first of all, that shit was like $13.56, and I'm like, you charging me like $13 fucking for 2 pieces of fucking chicken?
Jeez.
It's definitely a fucking rich person's type of like fast food chicken. It's like fucking Five Guys for chicken fingers.
So it's good, but it's pricey.
Hell yeah. Now, the thing that they don't tell you about this goddamn chicken is that when you get it and you're eating it, the way that they season this thing on the chicken fingers, the way that they season the chicken, they season it in a way where you are basically eating pure fucking fire.
Ooh.
It's a powdered form of seasoning. So they probably wet it with whatever type of like egg yolk wash, and then they cover it in the powder. But the powder is so fine and so clumped, it's like when you get sawdust stuck on something. That shit clumps, and when you eat it, you will be burning in the mouth based on how much of that powder is concentrated. I don't know if it's concentrated powder. I don't know how the fuck it is. But you will be feeling that burn. 100%. You will be feeling the burn. It will not feel good. It will not be nice. It'll be some of the hottest shit that you've eaten that week. And the problem with it is that it doesn't stop being hot when you first eat it. Not at all. When you consume this damn thing, the powder gets on everything. And on top of getting on everything, it's so hot that even using the capsaicin trick with milk will not stop how hot it is.
Damn.
What I did is that I basically like diluted it down. And after diluting it down, I ate it throughout the week. Slowly. So they gave me 2 strips. I cut the strips into fourths. And I ate 2/4 every time I wanted to eat it. I tell you what, I was not starving because I was too busy fidgeting in my fucking chair, if any of you guys noticed. Because of how hot this goddamn shit was. You think this shit burns going in, wait till it comes out. I was not a happy camper. And yet, I know, having consumed it, imagine if I had the ability to just get someone to eat this goddamn food, and I did not fucking warn them about this goddamn chicken. I'm sitting there watching them eat the goddamn Reaper Challenge. Oh, ain't no bullshit. I don't know what the fuck they fucking fidgeting about. Shit. Shit. That was a lie. Not my asshole. I like my butt. If I knew it was that hot going in, if they had given me some sniff test where they got a little bit of the stuff on a fucking on a fucking card, and I'm just like, ooh, I wouldn't have ate it. But I definitely have better appreciation for all the people who were telling me, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna see if it's all that bullshit. You know, hot ain't really that hot." Those 4 days of pain were my lesson. Now, I have a deeper appreciation of meeting people where they are and trying my best to understand, like, listen, this shit ain't a fucking joke, man. I'm not trying to burn my asshole off. This shit ain't a fucking joke.
This shit actually mean something to you, man?
No.
What?
But anyways, main idea, meet people where they are. Don't be a dick. Try to do your best to understand people. And you'll more or less be off to the races with a good start in life. If you don't, you have no one to blame for the consequences that come from the result of your actions. You can only do so much. You can only say so much. You can only act so much before people decide that they don't want to have anything to do with you. Period. Now, it can suck. It can be a bit of a misnomer. It can be irritating to think about. How dare you tell me that I gotta fucking check myself before I wreck myself? It's not worth it sometimes, man.
Mm.
Anyways, what time is it? It's 3:50. I am going to take a break, and if I return today, I will either be playing Expedition 33, or I'll be continuing with Ratchet and Clank. Probably Ratchet and Clank 2, so that we can get to Ratchet and Clank 3, because Alex has already prepaid for the first 3 out of 4 of the Ratchet and Clank quadrilogy. The sooner that I get that done, the sooner I can put all my time and focus into Expedition 33. A couple of announcements I have. We have a member of my personal friend and audience who's willing to actually offered to let me use the inside of his server as another alternative place for us to do Yap-In. I'm going to look into that coming up next week, so stay tuned for that. I don't know how it'll go. It's going to be much more of a free-bound place than we are usually used to. So it's not so much that it's got stringent rules, and it also does have rules. Be on your best behavior, P's and Q's. But it's basically another place where, because of that thing that I described, they just basically said, nah, I'm gonna do me, and I'm gonna do Carl, pause, I'm gonna do Carl, and I'm gonna work to help build up my audience with Carl's audience, because I don't know what fuck shit they're on. I'm not out here like that type shit. So we rocking it with them because they're walking with us, and we're gonna fucking grease each other's palms, pause, and we're gonna see what it do. So when you guys get to meet this person and the people in his audience, be nice, be yourselves, and it's all water under the bridge. Anyways, I'm Carl. You're my audience. This has been Yap-In number 10. I still can't believe we've done 10 of these things. Where did the time go? And I will see you all when I come back. Bye, chat. Goodbye. And thank you for everybody who's been donating. And thank you for everybody who's got time. I'm sorry for the people I didn't get to, which basically is just Saffronet. I will talk to you all soon. And do remember, there are 2 movie nights now. So you will all get to watch more movies again at the end of the month. Get them votes in now! Do not miss your chance to talk and to yap during the movie. Also, we still haven't made a logo for the movie nights yet for me to use as like a thumbnail for that content, should I choose to stream it on Twitter. So we can probably bang that out at some point in time. I don't know how currently at this moment, but we'll think of something. Anywho, I'm leaving.